Warrior Lore. Chapter 784. The moment Gu Fei's group entered Dragon Emperor City, they had been stopped by someone. Brother Gu, it's been 300 years. You still look the same as before. A middle-aged man with fluttering sleeves and black beard sat above Dragon Emperor City. You're Lu Yunhe? At the sight of this middle-aged man, Gu Fei became stunned as he recognized him. He was Lu Yunhe, a disciple of Guangxing Immortal Sect. The current Lu Yunhe was no longer the greenhorn he was 300 years ago, full of mettle and vigor. His aura was restrained, and his entire person was like a divine sword that had not been unsheathed. 300 years had passed, and Lu Yunhe had become a middle-aged uncle. Unless one was young and had attained the Tao, very few people could be like Lu Yunhe, who did not age. Furthermore, most cultivators were no longer young when they were successful in their cultivation. These cultivators usually maintained the appearance of when they were in their peak state. Demigod, Lu Yunhe's cultivation base couldn't be concealed in front of Gu Fei at all. Therefore, Gu Fei immediately identified Lu Yunhe's current battle strength. I was told that Brother Gu had returned to Taishan Immortal Sect. I didn't believe it. Now that I've seen you, it's true. Lu Yunhe said. After going through so many things, he had become very calm and steady. At the sight of Gu Fei, Lu Yunhe didn't look amazed at all. Are we talking here? Gu Fei said calmly after looking around. He had not imagined that he could meet an old acquaintance in Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, many people in Dragon Emperor City had discovered them. Many people were pointing at them and whispering to each other. Perhaps they had been used to it. The residents in Dragon Emperor City didn't panic at all when they saw someone standing in the air above Dragon Emperor City. Oh, please follow me, Brother Gu, and everyone else, Lu Yunhe said as he gestured for them to follow him. Then, he began to lead the way. There's an immortal on the back of Dragon Emperor City. Interesting, Gu Fei muttered as if he was murmuring. However, when Lu Yunhe heard this, his heart trembled. This Gu Fei could actually sense the existence of the immortals in the city. Could it be that he had already cultivated the body of an immortal? Lu Yunhe couldn't see through the cultivation of Gu Fei and the others, so he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Brother Gu, some friends have heard that you're coming, and they want to befriend you. Do you think? Lu Yunhe hesitated, seemingly a little embarrassed. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help feeling displeased. Could it be that Lu Yunhe was trying to take him down a notch? In the southern wasteland, he had many opponents. Back then, in Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei had offended a lot of people among the younger generation of all the clans in South Wilderness. 300 years have passed, and those guys are still thinking about me? Gu Fei thought. He had already known the current situation. The forces of the remote antiquity had returned, and the forces across the cultivation circle had been reshuffled. In the southern domain, only the clans of South Wilderness could compete with Zhou clan, a primitive clan. Azure Dragon. When Gu Fei thought of this person, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Back then, this powerhouse of Azure Dragon clan was a good opponent. Pitifully, when Gu Fei wanted to enter the virtual sky world, he didn't have the chance to fight with this powerhouse of the younger generation of all the clans in South Wilderness. 300 years later, if this Azure Dragon didn't die, how powerful would he be? In the waterside pavilion in the back garden of the Lord's Mansion in Dragon Emperor City, melodious music drifted out. Charming dancers were dancing gracefully. In the middle of the pavilion sat a dignified middle-aged man in a purple crown and a purple official robe, and a young man in a bright yellow dragon robe who was less than 30 years old. The two of them were sitting on the seats of honor, while many people were sitting on their sides. When the Prince of Southern Yin arrived in Dragon Emperor City, Yang Yuandao, the Lord of South Wilderness, was welcoming Yin Wuliang. All the people present were outstanding figures of the clans of South Wilderness. In the eyes of the dynasties of the Central Plains, South Wilderness was a barren land that Southern Yin dynasty couldn't reach. The entire South Wilderness was like an independent kingdom. On the surface, the territory of South Wilderness was the territory of Southern Yin dynasty. However, everyone knew that Southern Yin dynasty couldn't control South Wilderness. The real masters of South Wilderness had always been the clans of Southern Wilderness for thousands of years. Although Yin Wuliang, the Prince of Southern Yin, was very dissatisfied with the Lord of South Wilderness. He still came to Dragon Emperor City. This was because the clans of South Wilderness and the remote antiquity families had been acting strangely recently, which made Southern Yin Dynasty, one of the three immortal dynasties of the Central Plains, a bit restless. South Wilderness was semi-independent, and the Lord of South Wilderness had always been disrespectful to the royal family. His title was hereditary, so the royal family was not allowed to intervene. Yin Wuliang was very dissatisfied with Yang Yuandao because Yang Yuandao pretended to be deaf to his arrival and didn't welcome him at all. Yin Wuliang was less than 30 years old, but he was already on the throne and had a chance to become the emperor of an immortal dynasty. How could he not be angry when he was treated like this? However, he had been restraining himself for the past few days. He had already made contact with some of the major powers in the city. Today, rather than saying that the Southern Wasteland sovereign Yang Yuandao was inviting Yin Wuliang to a banquet, it would be more accurate to say that Yin Wuliang was borrowing Yang Yuandao's place to make friends with the 100 races of the Southern Wasteland. Even though these clans were powerful and influential, they were nominally the citizens of Great Yin Dynasty. Therefore, they would definitely send their young disciples to attend the banquet without being afraid of offending Yang Yuandao. This was a small private gathering, but those who came were indeed the elites of the younger generation of some major clans. Why haven't the people of Guangxing Immortal Sect arrived yet? Yin Wuliang asked a white-clothed youth sitting beside him. This person was Zhou Haoyang, the successor of Zhou clan who had been severely beaten up by Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong, in the land of witchcraft. This guy was only at the peak of void-controlling realm. Anyone here was stronger than him. However, he could sit beside Yin Wuliang, which made everyone feel a bit disdainful. Your Highness, don't worry. Lu Yunhe said he was going to invite some friends. They should be here soon, said Zhou Haoyang. Zhou Haoyang said. The Zhou family was a clan of the ancients. Although everyone looked at Zhou Haoyang with disdain, Zhou Haoyang had a big brother that everyone present feared. Humph! Could it be those immortals who had just entered Dragon Emperor City? What did Lu Yunhe need to do to invite such a person? A middle-aged man with a hunched back, a thin face, and a sallow complexion said. He looked like he was malnourished. He sat there with his back arched as if he was carrying a huge tortoise shell on his back. The person he invited is incredible. I heard that 300 years ago, this person made all the outstanding figures of the younger generation of the 100 races of the Southern Wasteland lose their voices. I wonder if that's true. Zhou Haoyang looked lazily at the yellow-skinned middle-aged man with a pointy head and a narrow forehead. What? Upon hearing this, all the outstanding figures of the Southern Wasteland were visibly moved, especially a man dressed in green who was sitting beside the Southern Wasteland king, Yang Yuandao. That guy? Isn't he missing? Rumor has it that he's already dead. All the elites of the Southern Wilderness were shocked. That yellow-faced middle-aged man who looked like he was carrying a tortoise shell on his back was extremely excited as he abruptly sprung up. Gu Fei, you're still alive. Haha, that's great. The yellow-faced middle-aged man was hunchbacked and skinny, but at this moment, he gave off a powerful aura, as if a primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. The dancers in the waterside pavilion were so frightened that they immediately fell to the ground and trembled. This powerful aura made these mortals extremely frightened. Gui Tung, don't act recklessly. The man in cyan said sternly. Boss Azure Dragon, I can't wait any longer. The middle-aged man called Gui Tung directly vanished from the pavilion. Your Highness, I, Azure Dragon, am very satisfied with your surprise. The man in cyan also stood up before making his way out of the pavilion and taking off into the air. Himph, Gu Fei, you're actually still bold enough to come to the Southern Wasteland. This time, I, Feng Shiwu, will trample you beneath my feet. A beautiful figure wrapped in flames also emerged from the pavilion, rushing into the sky. Seeing the elites of the Southern Wilderness leave one after another, Yin Wuliang smiled. However, Yang Yuandao's expression became ugly. These people did not give the Southern Wilderness any face at all. They left as they pleased, without any qualms at all. Your Highness, your relationship with the 100 races of the Southern Wilderness doesn't seem to be very good either. Yin Wuliang said. If the 100 races of the Southern Wilderness don't support you, You're nothing, Yin Wuliang thought. Oomph! With a wave of his hand, the Southern Wilderness King left his seat and made his way out of the pavilion. Let's go take a look as well. Yin Wuliang tipped his head back and drank the fine alcohol in his cup before standing up and making his way out of the pavilion. Zhou Haoyang followed behind him in a hurry. At this moment, Gu Fei's group was intercepted in the sky outside the city lord's estate again. Gu Teng, it's you? Gu Fei saw the hunchbacked, middle-aged man and was astounded. He was the outstanding figure of the Black Tortoise clan who had fought him endlessly all those years ago and lost to him in the end. Gu Teng. This guy has the presence of the divine beast, the Black Tortoise. He Tian could not help but shine brightly when he saw Gu Teng. Gu Fei, do you dare to fight me? Gu Teng was defeated by Gu Fei in the past. 300 years later, he had cultivated the Black Tortoise's true form. When he saw Gu Fei again, he couldn't wait to see who was stronger than Gu Fei. Let's fight, Gu Fei said calmly. Whoosh! Gu Teng didn't say anything else. He directly punched forward. The violent force compressed the air, and a strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. The space in front of the fist was about to collapse under the pressure of this force. Whoosh! Gu Fei also threw out a punch. There was nothing fancy about it. If they wanted to fight, then fight. Both of them were very direct and didn't talk too much. Since they had met a good opponent, it was better to fight directly than to waste words. Chapter 785. In the sky above Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei forced Gu Teng back with a punch. Then, he followed up as fast as a lightning bolt and swept his right leg horizontally, causing another gale to surge out and split the sky like a heavenly saber. Whoosh! The figure of the Azure Dragon appeared nearby. Dragon Chi? As soon as Azure Dragon appeared, he looked at Shaoqing as if Shaoqing was more important than Gu Fei. At this moment, Shaoqing was also looking at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon was surrounded by Dragon Chi, as if he were a real dragon. Their chi was very similar. Bang! Gu Teng was swept away by Gu Fei's right leg, and was sent flying 10 steps back. His sallow face was flushed red, and traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, a fire phoenix rushed out of Dragon Emperor City. It flapped its wings and arrived in the sky in the blink of an eye. It was not a real fire phoenix, but a phantom condensed by endless flames. After 300 years, you're still not my opponent, Gu Fei said calmly as he stood in the sky and looked at Gu Teng. Gu Teng was undoubtedly very powerful. He had also broken through to the immortal realm. However, he was nothing in front of Gu Fei. What did you say? Hearing this, Gu Teng's yellow face immediately turned red. His eyes seemed to be on fire. He flew into a rage. Being defeated by Gu Fei 300 years ago was already the only humiliation in his life. As the most outstanding successor of the Black Tortoise clan, how could he be defeated by an outsider? Gu Teng cultivated desperately and finally broke through to the immortal realm. Among the younger generation of the entire southern wilderness, only Azure Dragon could surpass him. Gu Teng was already the second most powerful among the younger generation of the southern wilderness. Even Feng Shiwu of the Phoenix clan dared not say he could defeat him. However, he was still suppressed by Gu Fei. How could he not be furious? Humph! Shameless boasting. You actually dare to look down on the 100 races of the South? Someone yelled in the sky. At this moment, all the experts in the city were alarmed. Boss Green Dragon, show that fellow some color. Let him know the might of our southern wasteland 100 races. Where did such an arrogant brat come from? Holy daughter of the Phoenix clan, make your move. Although Gu Fei was stressed out, the group of southern wasteland warriors were not convinced. They called out the names of the most outstanding young warriors of the southern wasteland. Black lines covered Gu Teng's face when he heard these words. Could it be that these fellows really think that I, Gu Teng, am not a match for this kid? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Gu Fei, follow me if you dare, Gu Teng said in a muffled voice as he stared at Gu Fei. Closely after that, he turned around and flew out of Dragon Emperor City. Humph! This guy really doesn't know how to write the word death. Boss, this kind of person should be ruthlessly trampled under our feet. Only then will they know how stupid their actions are. Tian said in a disdainful tone. Tian didn't have a physical body. Therefore, he communicated with others through his soul. He didn't disguise it at all. Therefore, all the people at present had heard his words clearly. Where did this black guy come from? Come out and fight me if you dare. Damn charcoal head, crawl over here and beg for mercy. Perhaps I could keep your corpse intact. Killing him is too easy for him. I will suppress him at the bottom of a latrine pit for tens of millions of years. All the experts of the southern wasteland pointed at Tian and roared. Tian's words infuriated all the experts of the southern wasteland. Someone was going to rush out and attack Tian. Humph! Tian sneered. A powerful soul surged out from his head. The light of his soul flickered like the sun, and the power of yin and yang coiled around him. The immense pressure caused everyone present to have a change in their expressions. This immortal spirit? Many people who had cursed immediately fell silent. The people who had cursed were all people who wished for the world to be in chaos. They shouted loudly in the crowd. However, once Tian made a move, they immediately shut up. All the prodigies of the southern wasteland present could not help but feel their faces burn. These people were embarrassing the 100 races of the southern wasteland. They were just too despicable. Whoosh! Gu Fei used the desolate steps. He traveled several kilometers with each step, as if he was teleporting. He directly chased after Guetong. He was so fast that even Azure Dragon could not help but shiver. Whoosh! 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 Azure Dragon, Feng Shiwu, and other powerhouses of the 100 races of the southern wasteland chased after Guetong immediately. Nobody wanted to miss such a great battle. At the same time, some people flew out of Dragon Emperor City and disappeared in the woods outside the city. Shaoqing and Balon also rushed out of Dragon Emperor City and chased after Gu Fei. However, Tian remained still, like an immortal king descending to the mortal world. His eyes shot out two sharp, immortal lights as he glanced around. Who told me to kneel down and beg for mercy just now? Who told me to imprison me in a latrine for tens of millions of years? Who called me a black ghost just now? Tian stood high in the sky, surrounded by an immortal rainbow. With a powerful pressure, he asked 3 questions in a row. However, nobody dared to make a sound. Humph! The 100 races of the southern wasteland? What a great reputation. It turns out that you're just a bunch of trash. Tian's qi was unparalleled. The powerful immortal qi shocked the entire region. Howl! Who dares look down upon the 100 races of the southern wasteland? When Tian was going to leave, a furious roar drifted from the woods outside Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, an overwhelming killing intent burst out from the woods. Foam! The woods turned into dust in a split second and dispersed in the air. The earth quaked as a white tiger as large as a hill appeared. The weather outside Dragon Emperor City changed at once. The white tiger displayed its domineering might of the Tiger King, which shocked all the beasts in the city. Even the exotic beasts raised by cultivators in the city started to roar uncontrollably. Everyone's expressions changed, and even Erebus could not help but be shocked. Howl! The white tiger raised its head and roared, causing the woods to quiver. Its terrifying and tragic qi spread in all directions. Then, the white tiger rushed into the sky and charged at Tian. Humph! Even if it's a real white tiger, so what? Not to mention a guy who only has a trace of white tiger bloodline. At this moment, Tian had already found out that the white tiger that suddenly appeared was not a real white tiger, but a middle-aged man who looked like a tiger king. The image of a white tiger appeared on the middle-aged man's body, which looked extremely ferocious. Hujan is here. It's this battle tiger. His cultivation base seems to have become more powerful. That tiger has come out? There's going to be a good show. The crowd immediately stirred. Everyone was incomparably excited. This Hujan was one of the 4 battle kings of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. His cultivation was incomparably powerful. If he used the white tiger avatar, even the Azure Dragon would have to change color. How dare you look down on the 100 races of the southern wasteland? Go to hell. Hujan was extremely powerful. He rushed into the sky and instantly charged at Tian. The white tiger that emerged from his body directly clawed at Tian. Whoosh! Chapter 786. White Tiger. Tian couldn't help but be moved. He retreated like a phantom, but that white tiger's claw directly grabbed over like a shadow, tearing apart the void with matchless ferocity. Bubble! Damn it! Tian's hands moved in front of him, weaving the power of yin and yang. Rumble! The power of yin and yang suddenly erupted, directly shaking a part of the void. The void distorted, as if it was collapsing, turning into a bottomless black hole, or a void with nothing at all. Roar! A world-shaking roar came from the distorted void in front of Tian. Between heaven and earth, even the clouds on the horizon were scattered. This roar spread over the entire Dragon Emperor city. Everybody looked up at the sky with a flurried look. Swoosh! A huge tiger claw grabbed out from the void in front of Tian. The sharp claw emitted several meters long divine light, like a peerless, ominous weapon, tearing apart the void and meeting Hu Zhan's white tiger divine claw. When Hu Zhan saw this, he was instantly greatly shocked. How was this possible? Impossible! Hu Zhan simply couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. The other spectators were also shocked, dumbfounded. That charcoal head actually used white tiger divine claw as well. How was this possible? This was the White Tiger clan's secret that was not passed down. Even if someone secretly learned it, the White Tiger clan would exterminate that person even if they had to chase to the ends of the earth. Rumble! The White Tiger's claws, which were as big as a mountain, emitted a terrifying energy wave. In an instant, they collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering sound. Roar! Hu Zhan roared. His attack was blocked. He shockingly discovered that the other party did not use White Tiger Divine Claw, but was imitating, or perhaps guiding and shifting his power to deal with him. The two White Tiger Divine Claw shattered in the void. The terrifying energy that erupted shattered a part of the space. The Southern Desolate experts who were spectating the battle nearby almost had their eardrums shattered. Tian retreated thousands of meters away. Yin and Yang Qi revolved around his body, and the yin-yang spirit diagram faintly appeared on his body. Humph! Again. Hu Zhan bellowed, and the white tiger form emerged on his body. He was like a humanoid, peerless, vicious beast, and with a pounce, he crossed the distance between him and Tian. Roar! Hu Zhan pounced in front of Tian. Opening his mouth, he gave a heaven-shocking roar. He displayed another divine art of the White Tiger clan that was not passed on. Tiger Roar Sonic Kill. In an instant, the world lost its sound. The terrifying sound waves turned into a terrifying killing sound. The entire world produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. The sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Once the tiger's roar was released, many people in the distant sky immediately screamed and fell from the sky. They were caught in the crossfire. Those with high cultivation were also shocked and their souls were shaken. They hurriedly retreated far away. Wow! Tian didn't expect that his opponent would actually display the sound-killing divine art. Although he didn't have a body of flesh and blood, that sound-killing divine art still gave him a great impact. It was as if he was ruthlessly rammed by an ancient divine mountain. He screamed miserably and flew out. The black clothes on his body were instantly shattered, turning into ashes that flew out of his yin-yang bone body. The soul fire in his skull was violently pulsating. He used the power of his soul to guide the yin and yang qi to protect his bone body. Even so, he still felt as if his entire body was being hacked by countless peerless divine weapons, almost falling apart. The people who saw Tian's true body were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. The older cultivators even stared blankly. Undead creature, it was actually an undead creature. Since when could an undead creature walk openly on the Tanglong continent? No one wasn't shocked, and no one wasn't moved. Undead creatures were a taboo existence in the Tanglong continent. This kind of undead creature that came back from death feared sunlight and could only live in the darkness. Only a small number of powerful undead creatures could walk out of the darkness without any scruples. Undead creatures were evil because wherever they went, death would envelop them. They wanted to devour the blood of all living beings to reverse life and death and resurrect themselves. There's no aura of death. My goodness, this undead creature has already refined the aura of death and has a trace of hope for resurrection. How did he do it? Some old monsters in the Dragon Emperor city muttered. A person with unparalleled cultivation base could move mountains and rivers with a single roar. However, this Hu Zhan almost killed an immortal-level undead creature with a single roar. Under Hu Zhan's tiger roar, He Tian was directly sent flying out of the Dragon Emperor city. He rolled and rolled in the air for over 10 li before barely stabilizing his body. This guy, He Tian, was startled and furious. Caught off guard, he suffered a great loss. Whoosh! Before He Tian could recover his composure, Hu Zhan's incomparably powerful figure had already appeared in front of him. His monstrous killing intent covered the sky and covered the earth, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Without any words, Hu Zhan directly punched out. His entire right fist turned into a ball of dazzling divine light, as if the ferocious star of a white tiger had been drawn into his hand. As the fist moved, countless roars of ferocious tigers seemed to resound in the air. The terrifying power shook the air, causing the air near the fist to collapse. Hu Zhan didn't care who He Tian was. He directly rushed over. Anyone who dared to look down on the 100 clans of the southern wilderness must be taught a lesson. Hu Zhan didn't hesitate and killed decisively. Roar! He Tian roared furiously. The yin-yang energy on his body weaved into a yin-yang diagram. The diagram appeared and blocked Hu Zhan's fist. Puff! When Hu Zhan's fist hit the yin-yang diagram, it was like hitting a ball of cotton. He didn't feel any force at all. Then, his fist strangely reversed and actually struck towards his own head. Reversed attack? Hu Zhan rapidly retreated and escaped from the envelopment of the yin-yang diagram. His fist that was striking towards his own head was stopped by him. Although He Tian had reversed Hu Zhan's punch, he was still struck by the force of the punch and was sent flying thousands of feet away. Undead creature, die! Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from Dragon Emperor City. Then, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 li was instantly attracted. A huge golden hand appeared in the sky, emitting endless terrifying chi as it directly grabbed towards He Tian. A peerless figure in the city had made a move. Roar! I don't need others to interfere in my business. Hu Zhan roared furiously. That person in the city actually interfered in his business. This made him extremely furious. Want to gang up on me? He Tian sneered. Then, a white jade platform rushed out of his head and floated above his head. Divine light blossomed like a lotus, instantly wrapping him up. Shit! At the sight of this, Hu Zhan couldn't help but be startled. He directly revealed his white tiger form and fiercely pounced towards He Tian. The terrifying killing intent was so vast that it made people's hearts palpitate. However, no matter if it was the huge hand descending from the sky or Hu Zhan's attack, they were all a bit slower. Just a bit slower, and they couldn't stop He Tian. Whoosh! Chapter 787. A terrifying energy fluctuation came from the mountains 150 miles away from Dragon Emperor City. The terrifying aura made all the birds and beasts within hundreds of miles quiver. Roar! An enraged roar echoed out, shaking the mountains and causing the clouds to scatter. High up in the sky, countless clouds began to disperse as a mountain-sized turtle descended from the sky. Black Tortoise Real Body. I didn't expect him to succeed. Gui Tong is indeed the second most powerful warrior in the southern wilderness. He has completely awakened the Black Tortoise bloodline in his body. How terrifying! In the distant sky, there were quite a few silhouettes. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. That mountain-sized tortoise in the sky was actually the legendary Black Tortoise. Haha, good. Now it's interesting. Below the mountain-like Black Tortoise, a figure with a strong will to fight was looking up, completely ignoring the ferocious Gui Tong. He directly saw through the Black Tortoise's form and saw Gui Tong, who was similar to the Black Tortoise. The mighty Black Tortoise's divine power in the sky and the aura of a Black Tortoise wasn't a real ancient Black Tortoise. It was just a phantom image, a terrifying image that was so condensed that it was almost tangible. Within the image, there was a terrifying figure wrapped in it. Roar! Gu Fei, go to hell! Gu Tongue merged with the black tortoise's form and turned into the black tortoise real body. This was already his strongest battle strength. With a roar, the huge black tortoise stretched out its claw and slapped down. Boom! The space under the black tortoise's claw collapsed and collapsed. The destructive power formed by the collapse of the void surged towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and soared into the sky to meet the attack. He waved his fist, gathering the power of extreme yang on his right hand and releasing endless divine light. The terrifying energy surged and shook the earth. A sun seemed to appear in the sky, making the real sun in the sky dim. Bang! Gu Fei smashed the mountain-sized black tortoise's claw with a single punch. Then, with another punch, the mountain-sized black tortoise was sent flying by him. This, in the distant sky, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The black tortoise, which was as large as a mountain, was sent flying. How is this possible? Could he be a celestial being? The divine power is monstrous. This is the terrifying power that comes from cultivating the martial path to the highest realm. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A few old monsters saw through the essence of Gu Fei's power. There was no fluctuation of magical power, and he didn't display any divine abilities. It was a perfect release of power. He is a martial immortal. A martial immortal who is said to be unparalleled among those of the same cultivation and capable of surmounting cultivation to fight immortal kings. The old monsters knew a lot of the ancient era's secrets. To these old monsters, martial immortal was not a legend. In the ancient era, martial immortal was a synonym for power. Invincible among his peers? On a mountain peak in the distance stood a tall figure. This was a middle-aged man in green with eyes like cold stars and an expressionless face. Draconic energy swirled around his body. No one wanted to get close to him. Those who knew his background all stayed away from him. The Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan was a dragon born for war. He was invincible in the southern wasteland. Even the mysterious transformation Immortal King would have a headache when facing this dragon. Anyone would have to retreat in front of such a dragon. Azure Dragon's fighting spirit soared. He couldn't help but want to join hands with Gu Tongue to fight Gu Fei. He had the pride of an invincible southern wasteland expert. Like Azure Dragon, there were many southern wasteland prodigies who wanted to compete with Gu Fei. In the clouds high up in the sky, a raging flame divine phoenix stood still. Half of the sky was burned red, and the power of the fire element was vast. The southern wasteland's 100 tribes really do have a shocking foundation. In another direction, Yen Wuliang of the Great Yen murmured as he waved his fan. Otherwise, my Zhou clan would have dominated the cultivation world of the southern wasteland long ago, Zhou Haoyang said in a strange tone. Although the Zhou clan of the ancients had made a strong comeback, there were still existences in the mortal world that could contend against the primordial era. Although immortals had disappeared from the mortal world for millions of years, with the arrival of the great changes, some old fogies began to show their power in front of the world. Yin Wuliang glanced at Zhou Haoyang, disdain and disgust flashing in the depths of his eyes. He only wanted to befriend this ignorant and incompetent guy because he wanted to befriend his elder brother. That person was known as the strongest among the younger generation of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Befriending such a person would definitely be beneficial to Yin Wuliang. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion came from ahead. Amidst a furious roar, the mountainous black tortoise crumbled into pieces. Bang! Like a reincarnated god of war, Gu Fei stomped his foot on Gu Tong's chest. The violent force continuously shattered Gu Tong's black tortoise avatar and even caused his chest to cave in. The sound of bones breaking was bone-chilling. Gu Ting immediately fainted. His Xianwu avatar had been shattered by Gu Fei, and his divine soul had suffered a great blow. Furthermore, his body had been severely injured by Gu Fei. Anxious, angry, and unwilling, he had fallen into a coma. Have mercy! Just as Gu Fei was about to trample Gu Ting down from the sky, a figure rushed out from the mountain and caught Gue Tong, who was falling down like a meteorite. It was a white-haired, hunchbacked old man. The shadow of a black tortoise was faintly discernible on the old man's body. It was obvious that this old man was an expert from the previous generation of the Black Tortoise clan. Oomph! Gu Fei stomped his foot, causing the whole world to tremble. Boundless power gathered under his foot, accompanied by the sound of thunder and wind. If you want to save Gue Tong, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Fei had always acted according to his heart. He did whatever he wanted without the slightest hesitation. When he said he would take action, he did so. This made the old man frown. Bam! The old man stretched out his palm and collided with Gu Fei's palm. Visible ripples appeared in the void, but there was no earth-shattering noise or surging energy. However, the whole world was shaken. Gu Fei felt a great force coming from under his foot. The old man's palm actually pushed him back hundreds of meters. His feet felt numb. This old man, Gu Fei was secretly startled. His current body was comparable to an almighty expert. His power was enough to shake a divine tool refined by an almighty expert. But now, he was pushed back by an old man's pure strength. This was unprecedented. Could it be that this old man's body was even stronger than his own? Chapter 788. The 100 Tribes of the Southern Wasteland, and even every great sect and sect in the world of cultivation, would send out their experts to secretly protect their most outstanding successors. Because these people were the future of the great sects and sects, they were the successors of their sects and sections. No one was willing to see their most outstanding successors die in the hands of others. The amount of effort required to nurture such a successor was unimaginable. This kind of phenomenon had become an unspoken rule in the world of cultivation. The experts of the older generation could not easily make a move against the younger generation. Otherwise, as long as a celestial being jumped out, perhaps everyone present today would be annihilated. Gu Fei defeated Gue Tong. 300 years ago, Gue Tong was not Gu Fei's opponent, and 300 years later, Gue Tong was still not Gu Fei's opponent. Gu Fei's strength made all the experts of the southern wasteland dread him. Among the newly grown experts, none of them could be stronger than Gue Tong. Of course, there was one exception. Gue Tong's defeat could only be blamed for his lack of skill. However, if Gu Fei really wanted to kill Gue Tong, the older generation experts of the Black Tortoise clan who were guarding Gue Tong would not sit idly by. Is that an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm, or a celestial being? The old man carried Gue Tong and disappeared into the distance in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. Gu Fei was secretly surprised. He couldn't see through the old man's depth. He was actually able to fight head-on against me with just his physical strength. He was very strong. Gu Fei came back to his senses. Standing high in the sky, he glanced around and said, "Who else wants to come out and fight?" He was incomparably domineering. The power of yin and yang surged violently, and there were divine rainbows revolving around his body. He was like an ancient god, shaking the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the surrounding experts of the southern wasteland were shocked, and no one dared to speak up. Is there no one else in the southern wasteland? At this moment, Shaoqing and Balan were also watching the battle from afar. Seeing that Gu Fei had awed all the southern wasteland heroes present, they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. At this moment, a few extremely powerful auras suddenly came from different directions. Then, a few terrifying figures walked out from afar. Boom! At the same time, raging flames burned the sky, and endless clouds dissipated in the void like ice and snow. A flaming divine phoenix broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. The fire elemental power was vast. The divine phoenix spread its wings and arrived nearby in an instant. A powerful pressure spread out from the divine phoenix, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This was not a true divine phoenix, but a fire phoenix formed by divine flames. In the middle of the fire phoenix stood a figure wreathed in raging flames. "He's mine." Suddenly, a voice came from the mountains. A stream of dragon chi rushed out from one of the mountains. Roar! The dragon chi took form, and a green divine dragon roared towards the sky, exuding an unparalleled might. Azure Dragon? This guy. The Southern Wasteland experts who were about to take action immediately changed their expressions. Two of them immediately retreated. The little princess of the Vermilion Bird Clan, Feng Shiwu, also hesitated. Is that person finally going to take action? Asked Xiaoqing. He possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, so he had an inexplicable connection with the Azure Dragon from the Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei has met his match. When Balan saw the Azure Dragon, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As a divine beast, he also had an inexplicable connection with the Azure Dragon. He felt his blood boil, as if he wanted to fight someone. Wisps of divine flames seeped out of his body, and the figure of a fire Qilin vaguely appeared on his body. The Azure Dragon directly walked up from the mountain, step by step. He seemed to have become one with the world. With every step, the power of the world surged forward. In Gu Fei's eyes, it seemed like the world was crushing towards him. The Azure Dragon's steps possessed a certain rhythm, as if the laws of the world were flowing. He was using the power of the world to crush Gu Fei. Azure Dragon, Gu Fei could not help but become stern. This was a powerful opponent, much more powerful than Gue Tong, who he had just defeated. Gu Fei, the Azure Dragon, was extremely forceful. He strode through the air, and with a single step, the entire space trembled beneath his feet. The powerful dragon's might was enough to make people shiver. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Feng Shiwu backed away rather reluctantly. The Azure Dragon was just too forceful. In the Southern Wasteland, no one was willing to provoke him. Swish! At this moment, the void in the distance suddenly shattered. A figure fell out from the shattered void. There was a white jade platform floating above this person's head. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they took a closer look, their jaws all fell to the ground in shock. Their eyes widened. How was that a person? It was a skeleton. Oh, hey. Xiaoqing could not help but be taken aback as soon as he saw who it was. The person who had fallen out of the space with the white jade pedestal above his head was He Tian. Seeing how He Tian had actually revealed his true form, even Balan, who had always been unfathomable, was shocked. Just what had happened? He had actually reduced He Tian to such a sorry state. It's an undead creature. Swish, swish, swish. The experts who had been forced back by the Azure Dragon immediately rushed over and surrounded He Tian. They were furious against the Azure Dragon, but they dared not say anything. It was perfect for them to vent their anger on this undead creature. What do you want? Do you want to gang up on me? Xiaoqing and Balan were shocked when they saw that He Tian was surrounded, and those people seemed to be about to attack. They released their powerful aura and pressed forward. Undead creatures, everyone has the right to kill them. Are you his accomplices? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar stared at Xiaoqing and Balan and said in a deep voice, Bullsh *T. He Tian was furious. These guys did not put him in their eyes at all. Boom. After a violent tremor, the white jade pedestal hovering above He Tian's head emitted a bright divine light. A powerful divine force was released, and the three experts from the southern wilderness were all blown away. The expressions of the three immortal realm experts who were sent flying changed. The white jade pedestal flickered with light. Inscriptions vaguely appeared, and the aura of ways flowed through it. Those were the ancient divine glyphs that had been engraved on the pedestal. The white jade pedestal had already been refined into an arcane treasure by He Tian. It was engraved with various divine glyphs. The divine glyphs were not fixed. They could move freely on the white jade pedestal, assembling into various formations. The same divine glyphs could be assembled into various formations with different combinations and layouts. Don't act recklessly, Feng Shiwu said. She had not done anything earlier. She could sense the divine beast bloodlines on Xiaoqing and Balan. Bam! At this moment, there was a muffled rumble. The entire world shook violently. Terrifying ripples of energy appeared afterwards. Everyone paled in fright, gazing in the direction of the sound in a hurry. Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon clashed. This was a battle that had come 3 centuries late. Gu Fei's fist collided with the Azure Dragon's hand. It was basically like the collision of 2 primordial divine mountains, trying to make the sky collapse. Everyone's gazes were drawn over. The strongest among the younger generation of the southern wilderness was up against Gu Fei, who had defeated all the prodigies of the southern wilderness 3 centuries ago. This battle was destined to attract a lot of attention. Chapter 789. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with Azure Dragon's palm. The heavens and earth shook and the void shattered. Even the barrier of the heavens and earth could not withstand the terrifying power. From the point where their fists and palms collided, the void shattered like porcelain. Hundreds of voids turned into nothingness. It was terrifying to the extreme. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures rushed out of the shattered void and moved quickly in the sky. It was almost impossible to see their figures with the naked eye. Boom! Bang! Bang! Shocking sounds of collision resounded. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were like 2 terrifying ancient beasts colliding savagely. Every time they collided, the whole heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying pressure radiated from the 2 figures. The spectators nearby were all incomparably nervous. A battle of this level wasn't something that could be seen at any time. Good. Gu Fei shouted and punched for the 7th time. He wanted to use the strength of his body to fight against Azure Dragon. He wanted to use the immortal martial body to suppress his opponent. Humph! You're not bad either, Azure Dragon said in a deep voice. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and punched forward for the 7th time. Endless dragon chi gathered on his palm, and the shadow of a dragon circled around his arm. Bang! Another dull sound of collision resounded. Gu Fei's fist and Azure Dragon's palm collided for the 7th time. The terrifying power swept in all directions. The destructive energy storm shattered the heavens and earth. At this time, the heavens and void were like a thin piece of paper in front of them. They could easily tear it apart with a wave of their hands. This kind of power had exceeded the endurance of the heavens and earth. If the heavens and earth did not change, the heavens would have sent down the immortal tribulation. However, since the heavens and earth changed, the immortals and mortals were separated. Even if someone in the mortal world cultivated to become an immortal, the heavens would not send down the immortal tribulation. Peerless figures who cultivated to become an immortal could no longer break the void and ascend to the heavenly realm. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were like 2 ancient gods fighting. They even penetrated the heavens and earth. Their powerful divine bodies kept colliding. This was the most direct contest of power. His physical body is so strong. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had clashed over 100 times. From the sky to the ground, the forest collapsed and several mountains collapsed. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop their footsteps. Damn it! I have already cultivated the Azure Dragon true body, yet I still find it hard to suppress him. Is the 100-tempered martial body really undefeatable? The Azure Dragon was also secretly astonished. Roar! Take another punch from me. Azure Dragon let out a furious roar. His body left behind an afterimage as he instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. He directly punched out. At the instant his fist punched out, a dragon's roar seemed to resound in the sky. Azure Dragon's fist was like a huge dragon, moving forward with indomitable will, shattering everything, including the void. An extremely powerful force surged out from his fist, almost causing the heavens and the earth to collapse. The earth was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he attacked with a punch. Boom! The 2 strikes were like a sudden explosion of heavenly thunder from the 9th heaven. The deafening sound pierced through the sky, the mountains trembled, and the powerful energy waves forced some people to retreat far away. The Azure Dragon borrows the power of heaven. The Azure Dragon's long hair danced wildly. He was as wild as a ferocious beast, as fierce as an evil dragon. In the midst of his roar, he finally used the secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. His figure was as fast as lightning, and each of his punches and kicks stirred up the power of heaven and earth. He was borrowing the power of heaven and earth. He was like a celestial being, driving the power of heaven and earth to press down on Gu Fei. This was stealing the power of heaven and earth to kill the enemy. The Azure Dragon displayed this secret technique. All the spectators were shocked. He was already in an invincible position. Who could fight against heaven and earth? Rumble. Large cracks continued to appear on the ground. The azure dragon's cultivation was too terrifying. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Every step he took would cause tremors in all directions. He was the wildest and most ferocious opponent Gu Fei had ever encountered. The spectators nearby were all shocked. This azure dragon was indeed worthy of being the strongest character in the southern wasteland. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth to become invincible. Boom! Qing Long's punches were too powerful. Every punch would draw in the power of the heavens and earth from all directions. It was as terrifying as an indestructible storm of destruction. Every time he moved, it was as if the heaven and earth were shaking. His speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the azure dragon was exceptionally powerful and ferocious. Gu Fei displayed the 8 steps extreme speed and soared into the sky. Then, he stomped down from the sky. Every step he took was as heavy as 10,000 caddies, ruthlessly stomping down on the azure dragon below. This was the ancient martial arts battle skill, the 8 killing steps. 8 steps, 8 killing steps was the supreme offensive battle skill of the 8 desolate steps. When cultivated to the extreme, one step could shatter mountains and rivers. Gu Fei's first step caused the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. With his second step, a spatial crack appeared in the void. With his third step, the space had already distorted and collapsed. Although there were still hundreds of feet between the ground and the ground, the earth continued to crumble. The nearby mountain peaks also collapsed. Countless boulders rolled down from the mountains. Gu Fei wanted to use his absolute strength to break the azure dragon's power of heaven and earth. He strode forward in the void and continuously dissolved the azure dragon's 3 punches. The power of heaven and earth couldn't stop his steps. He was like a saint god of war, extremely powerful, causing everyone to be tongue-tied. With his 4th step, Gu Fei's feet stirred up waves of wind and thunder. Waves of fierce wind blew in the sky. Thunder rumbled. An indescribable pressure filled the space between heaven and earth. As Gu Fei's foot landed, the void that had already been shattered actually transformed into the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. Roar! The azure dragon was like an ancient divine beast that had returned. He was incomparably wild. He actually raised his fist and directly bombarded Gu Fei's right foot. The fist was as heavy as a mountain. It carried the power of heaven and earth, causing the space to distort violently. After that, it instantly collapsed. The aura of destruction was vast between heaven and earth. The extremely ferocious fist ruthlessly collided with Gu Fei's right foot. Gu Fei's eyes were like blades. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. Similarly, he raised his strength to the extreme. He didn't retreat at all. He pressed forward courageously. The path of martial arts was the path of battle. The stronger he met, the stronger he would become. He would sublimate in battle and transform in battle. A true martial artist was a doer who lived for battle. As Gu Fei's right foot endured the violent power that fused with the power of heaven and earth, his left foot had already stepped out. The 5th step was still firmly stomping down on the azure dragon's head. The azure dragon had cultivated the azure dragon true body. He had awakened the azure dragon bloodline in his body. He had also cultivated the secret technique azure dragon borrowing heaven's power. He was filled with great confidence in himself. He still raised his fist to resist, fiercely clashing with it. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. The ground split open, forming many bottomless cracks. The mountains crumbled, the valleys collapsed. The entire region looked like it was being crushed by a huge mountain, collapsing continuously. Chapter 790. Gu Fei continued to use the 8 kill steps, causing the space to tremble and the power of heaven and earth to disperse. Azure Dragon pressed forward with an indomitable will, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. His fists collided with Gu Fei's, resisting the 8 kill steps with all his might as he retreated continuously. In the end, both of his legs sank into the cracked ground, and half of his body was smashed into the soil by Gu Fei. Roar! The azure dragon roared, causing the earth to shake. An endless amount of earth energy began to seep out from the ground. It was hazy, as if the earth was shrouded in a layer of black mist. In the next moment, an endless amount of earth energy surged and quickly condensed. Huge dragon shadows began to appear. The earth chi of the earth was drawn by the azure dragon, and the earth chi transformed into a dragon. The endless earth chi finally formed into 18 gigantic dragons the size of mountain ridges. The gigantic dragons soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation as they pounced towards Gu Fei. This was the terror of the azure dragon, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. It could borrow all the power of heaven and earth. The azure dragon stepped on the ground and attracted the earth energy. It was simply an earth dragon, terrifying to the extreme. The azure dragon shattered the earth and soared into the sky. 18 great dragons defied the heavens and soared into the sky, shattering the void. The entire mountain range trembled. This was a shocking scene. This azure dragon, it's too scary. He actually learned the legendary divine incantation. I'm afraid no one at the same level can be his opponent. The heroes of the southern wasteland who were watching from afar were all shocked by the frightening divine incantation. This kind of incantation could borrow the power of heaven and earth, putting him in an invincible position. This was the supreme divine incantation of the Azure Dragon clan. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme level, one could become the embodiment of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, he could attract the power of heaven and earth, making him invincible. The Southern Wasteland's 100 clans were led by the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. They were known as the 4 Sacred Clans. They inherited the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts and had an incomparably deep foundation. Each clan had their own heaven-defying secret incantations. The Southern Wasteland's 100 clans were able to contend against the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity because of the existence of the 4 sacred clans. Good. Gu Fei let out a loud shout. His entire body emitted a yin-yang divine radiance. The terrifying yin-yang divine force was boundless. He didn't hesitate. He decisively took the 6th step. 8 desolate steps, 8 kills and 8 steps. This was the first time he had taken the 6th step. There had never been an opponent who could force him to take the 6th step. Even when he had fought against Dongfang Chun, he had not taken the 6th step. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura rose to its peak. This 6th step was the sum of the power of the previous 5 steps. This power had reached an unimaginable level. Even Gu Fei himself could barely control this power. The 8 desolation steps was an ancient battle skill. Not only did it have the speed of 8 steps, it also had the ability to kill in 8 steps. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could only take 6 steps. Boom. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes had erupted at the same time, and the entire world had collapsed. The 6th step could be described as apocalyptic. The mountains were collapsing, the earth was cracking, and a bottomless canyon extended outwards. The earth was collapsing, and the ground was violently undulating like waves. Under Gu Fei's feet, everything was crushed, everything was obliterated. Even the world's momentum condensed by the Azure Dragon couldn't withstand this stomp. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The vast and terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. The spectators quickly retreated far away to avoid being affected by the waves. With just one stomp, the 18 soaring dragons collapsed. The Earth's chi was scattered. The Azure Dragon suffered a great impact and fell from the sky like a meteorite. What world's momentum? In front of absolute power, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Bang! The earth trembled and dust soared into the sky. Gu Fei stomped down with an unstoppable force. Not only did he shatter the 18 mountain-sized dragons formed by the earth chi, he even created a bottomless pit on the ground. Azure Dragon. The spectators couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Could it be that someone as powerful as Azure Dragon wasn't Gu Fei's opponent? How was this possible? Azure Dragon was the first person to grow up in the southern wasteland in the past 300 years. Boss is invincible in the same realm. Hei Tian was incomparably pleased with himself when he saw this scene. These southern wasteland guys were really asking for a beating. They actually dared to challenge Boss. Roar. At this time, a tiger's roar suddenly came from afar. When He Tian heard this tiger's roar, he was instantly enraged. That tiger had come. He Tian clenched his teeth. He suffered a great loss in that person's hands and had no choice but to run. White Tiger Clan's Hujan. That malefic star has come? When the Southern Wastelands heroes heard the tiger's roar, they were both surprised and delighted. But even Azure Dragon wasn't this guy's opponent. What use was Hujan? Roar. The tiger's roar shook the heavens. A white tiger the size of a mountain appeared in the distant mountain forest. It faced the sky and roared. The terrifying sound waves scattered the clouds on the horizon. Many people with weaker cultivations even directly fell from the sky. Gu Fei, it's really you. A vast voice rang out, reverberating between heaven and earth. Within the voice, an unparalleled domineering aura seeped out. Hujan. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, a divine rainbow revolving around his body. It was as if a divine king had descended. His powerful aura was simply like a primordial giant beast, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He suppressed Azure Dragon, intimidating the Southern Wastelands heroes. Whoosh! Astral winds suddenly rose. That white tiger in the distant mountain forest soared into the sky, flying towards Gu Fei. A bitter, baleful aura surged between heaven and earth. Roar! Right at this time, from that bottomless pit on the ground, a furious roar transmitted out. Following that, the entire ground started trembling. A powerful aura erupted under the ground. Boom! The ground crumbled. Endless dust soared up to the sky, forming a dragon claw the size of a small mountain. It directly grabbed towards the white tiger that was charging over. Bang! The tiger's claws slapped out, and the violent power shattered the dragon claw formed from dust. However, the white tiger was also blocked. That was not a real white tiger, but a virtual image that was almost condensed into a substance. Within the virtual image, a terrifying figure stood. Azure Dragon, what is the meaning of this? Within the white tiger's virtual image, Hujan's long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was full of anger. He glared at a figure that was slowly rising from the ground and shouted, I said, he's mine. Azure Dragon's clothes were torn, and he was in a sorry state. However, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. His aura was still strong. The dragon energy on his body was strong, and there were 9 dragon shadows faintly appearing around him. Chapter 791. Azure Dragon rose from the bottomless pit with unparalleled might. Azure Dragon, what is the meaning of this? Hujan wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by Azure Dragon. Hujan couldn't help but be furious. Azure Dragon's rudeness made him very unhappy. The image of a white tiger faintly appeared on his body. A bitter, baleful aura soared into the sky, causing the wind and clouds to change. I said, he is mine. Didn't you hear? Azure Dragon said in a deep voice, not giving Hujan any face. You. Hujan was enraged. Even his voice was trembling. As one of the 4 sacred clans of the southern desolate region, you, Azure Dragon, don't give me any face. Hujan almost went berserk. In front of so many people, Hujan only felt his face burning. What? Do you need me to say it again? At this time, Azure Dragon's body surged with a cold, murderous aura. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a blade as they swept over Hujan. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, calmly watching this scene. Even if Azure Dragon and Hujan joined hands, he wouldn't be afraid. In fact, he couldn't ask for more. On the path of martial arts, using battle to nurture battle, the stronger one meets, the stronger one becomes. Azure Dragon and Hujan joining hands might be able to force Gu Fei to go all out and fight to his heart's content. The crowd of cultivators watching the battle nearby was also indescribably shocked when they saw this scene. This Azure Dragon was really too domineering and incomparably arrogant. He disdained to join hands with others. Huh. Good. Hujan growled in a low voice. Although he was seething with anger, he still endured it in the end. He took a deep look at Azure Dragon and Gu Fei, then retreated. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. Azure Dragon was indeed worthy of being the number one in the 4 sacred clans in the past 300 years. Even someone like Hu Zhan had no choice but to retreat. Azure Dragon forced Hu Zhan back and came in front of Gu Fei. "You are very strong." Azure Dragon stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, 300 years ago, it was my regret that I couldn't fight with you." Azure Dragon's eyes flickered. He already saw Gu Fei as the strongest opponent in his life. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage, his fighting spirit was still surging. He looked straight at Gu Fei, 9 dragon images faintly discernible on his body. "You are very strong too," Gu Fei said calmly. This Azure Dragon was the strongest immortal he had ever met. If he hadn't met me, he would have been invincible among those of the same level. Unfortunately, he met me. Is this his misfortune or my luck? Gu Fei thought. Having such an opponent was a great joy in one's life. "Let's continue," Azure Dragon said. In terms of temperament, he was very similar to Gu Fei. They were both people who killed decisively. They would act on their thoughts without any misgivings or hesitation. "Okay," Gu Fei said. The Azure Dragon said. The two of them were unwilling to say too much. As they spoke, a powerful wave of energy suddenly surged out from the Azure Dragon's body. Boom! In the next moment, Azure Dragon's body erupted with an extremely fierce, baleful aura. This baleful aura was terrifying to the extreme, causing people's bodies and souls to tremble involuntarily. Inside the Azure Dragon's body, there seemed to be a terrifying primordial beast that broke free from its seal and came to this world. Endless killing intent swept high into the sky, causing the wind and clouds to change. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The terrifying aura caused everyone's heart to palpitate, causing everyone to feel a sense of danger. It was as if they were being stared at by a primordial beast. In the next moment, they would be torn to shreds by this primordial beast. It was too frightening. Gu Fei looked at the Azure Dragon in front of him. His expression couldn't help but become solemn. At this moment, a pitch-black weapon appeared in the Azure Dragon's hand. It was ghastly and frightening. This horrifying aura was emitted from this weapon. Great Dragon Halberd. Many of the weaker cultivators turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. Even the experts who could fly couldn't help but take a few steps back. Some of the old monsters of the southern wasteland recognized this weapon made of black metal. This weapon seemed to have a life of its own. Its baleful aura soared into the sky, causing people's hair to stand on end. It had a terrifying might that made people shudder. It's not an extreme holy weapon. Although this weapon was terrifying, it couldn't be compared to an extreme path sacred weapon. Gu Fei immediately identified the weapon's grade. This was not an extreme saint artifact refined by an extreme powerhouse. It should be a divine weapon of some supreme powerhouse. It really is the Great Dragon Halberd, the divine weapon of a legendary almighty being of the Azure Dragon race, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. That's right, it is indeed the Great Dragon Halberd. Endless slaughter, rivers of blood, mountains of corpses. In the past, who knows how many peerless characters died under this divine halberd? The Great Dragon Halberd that even demons and gods tremble in fear has been born. 10,000 years ago, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor was invincible in the southern wasteland, conquering the world and never tasting defeat. The Great Dragon Halberd drank the blood of Buddhism, Taoism, humans, gods, and devils. The pitch-black weapon's baleful aura soared to the sky, intimidating people's souls. There was such a legend in the southern wasteland. 10,000 years ago, the heaven and earth changed. It was an incomparably dark era. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor wielded the Great Dragon Halberd, slaughtering gods and devils. With his strength alone, he protected the inheritance of the 4 saint clans. In that dark era, countless ancient sects and families disappeared, but the southern wasteland's 4 saint clans survived, becoming existences that could contend against the ancient powers. The pitch-black Great Dragon Halberd flickered with a cold metallic luster, like a malevolent ancient beast, exuding an incomparably fierce aura. This was the Azure Dragon tribe's sacred weapon. Now, it appeared in the hands of the Azure Dragon tribe. This meant that this generation's Azure Dragon had the potential to become the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. This Azure Dragon, Even the retreating Hu Zhan was shocked. He had never imagined that this azure dragon would actually bring out the azure dragon tribe's sacred weapon. Azure dragon's long hair fluttered in the wind, full of wildness. The great dragon halberd in his hand emitted an overwhelming, baleful aura. He strode forward in the void. Bang! The great dragon halberd in azure dragon's hand shook. The void was almost crushed. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the space. The great dragon halberd was as heavy as a mountain, giving people goosebumps. It was like a living primordial beast, instilling fear in people's hearts. "Use your weapon," Azure Dragon said in a low voice. He did not want to take advantage. "No worries. Just make your move." Gu Fei quietly stood in the void. He was otherworldly, unmoving like a mountain. He did not use the saint weapon in his body. Azure Dragon did not say anything and directly attacked. Boom. Azure Dragon's brows were vertical. His eyes emitted a cold light as he charged forward with the great dragon halberd in his hand. It was as if he was raising a black primordial divine mountain and chopping it down. The void between heaven and earth instantly shattered under the great dragon halberd. Rumble. Terrifying shockwaves surged out in all directions like a vast ocean. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Chapter 792. The great dragon halberd slashed down with a terrifying force, shattering heaven and earth, turning the chaotic void into a destructive force that shrouded all four directions. It was like a primordial divine mountain pressing down from the heavens, crushing everything, destroying everything. The great dragon halberd seemed to come alive in Azure Dragon's hand, displaying an unparalleled ferocity. Under the great dragon halberd, Gu Fei felt a sense of danger. The halberd's power locked down this part of the world, giving him a feeling that he couldn't evade. However, at this time, Gu Fei finally moved. He turned his body halfway, dodging the black halberd's blade, then raised his right arm, swinging his white fist at the great dragon halberd. Gu Fei's fist was brimming with the power of the purest yang. Dang! His fist and the great dragon halberd collided. The white fist collided with the black halberd, creating a deafening sound that made people's scalps go numb. He actually blocked the great dragon halberd with his bare hands. Watching this scene, no one could remain calm. Blocking the Azure Dragon tribe's holy artifact, the great dragon halberd with his bare hands. This was simply unbelievable. Boom. The great dragon halberd was like a ferocious dragon flipping its body, exuding an even more terrifying aura as it swept out, aiming to cleave Gu Fei into two. Swish. Gu Fei executed the 8 desolate steps, instantly shifting 100 zhang to the side, dodging the great dragon halberd's attack. He then soared into the sky, both hands forming seals. Bang! Boundless yin and yang energy condensed into a huge imprint, crushing down from the heavens, shattering the void and obliterating everything. Heaven and earth were pierced through. Gu Fei displayed his supreme battle skill, the yin-yang seal of life and death. Roar! Azure Dragon roared at the sky, stabbing out with the great dragon halberd. The pitch-black halberd blade pierced through heaven and earth, as if a black dragon had soared to the sky, clashing head-on with the yin-yang seal. Clang! Like two pieces of divine metal colliding, the ear-piercing sound sent chills down people's spines. The great dragon halberd pierced through the yin-yang seal, but it couldn't go any further. Azure Dragon's attack was also blocked. Again, Gu Fei shouted. His palm emitted a dazzling white divine light and slapped towards the Azure Dragon. This was the power of extreme yang. The whole world trembled under Gu Fei's palm. Azure Dragon snorted coldly, charging forward with the great dragon halberd in his hand. Gu Fei's palms continued to strike out, clashing with the great dragon halberd. The two of them seemed to be engaged in a life and death battle. In a battle of this level, there was no way they would hold back. The two of them went all out, causing resounding noises to ring out without end. They fought to the point divine light erupted and killing intent surged into the heavens. The great dragon halberd was too terrifying. Gu Fei clashed with it with his bare hands, but waves of pain came from his palms. If it were an ordinary divine artifact, it would have been smashed to pieces. However, this great dragon halberd was the divine weapon of the Azure Dragon Clan's supreme expert, the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor. It was a divine weapon refined by an almighty being. Even the 100 refinements martial physique, comparable to a divine artifact, couldn't shatter the great dragon halberd. However, even so, Gu Fei's performance was already shocking enough, causing Jaws to drop to the ground. There had never been anyone who dared to clash with the great dragon halberd with their bare hands. One had to admit that Gu Fei's immortal god martial physique was too powerful. This Gu Fei, who Zhan of the White Tiger clan was apprehensive watching this. Even if he used all his trump cards, he still wouldn't be this guy's opponent. The Azure Dragon himself was already very strong, the strongest in the southern wasteland. After using the great dragon halberd, even Hu Zhan would have to turn and flee. Up in the sky, Lu Yunhe and the Zhou clan's Zhou Haoyang, as well as the Great Yan's Prince Yan Wuliang, who personally planned all of this, were also dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Gu Fei would be so powerful to this extent. Beside Lu Yunhe stood a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man stared fixedly at the two people fighting in the sky, his expression extremely ugly. What a terrifying azure dragon! What a powerful, ominous weapon! High up in the sky in another direction, little Qing mumbled to himself. He knew that he wasn't this azure dragon's opponent. Boss hasn't used his trump card yet. He Tian said. Gu Fei hadn't used the Saint Tool of Extreme Dao yet. Moreover, they could tell that Gu Fei wouldn't use the Saint Tool of Extreme Dao easily. Relying too much on the Saint Tool of Extreme Dao was not Gu Fei's intention. The path he walked was not the path of a mortal god, but the path of martial Dao. His own body was the best weapon and magical treasure. At this time, Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon fought high up in the sky. The energy released from their battle dispersed the clouds in a 100-li radius. Then, the battle fell from the sky to the mountains. The mountains quaked, birds and beasts scrambled to flee for their lives. Even some cultivators who were watching the battle from the top of the mountains had a change of expression, retreating in a hurry. Boom! Gu Fei struck out with his palm. The palm wind swept across half of the mountain peak, causing it to collapse. Dust flew everywhere, and rocks pierced through the sky. Bam! The great dragon halberd swept out horizontally as Gu Fei soared into the sky. 1,000 zhang tall mountain peak behind him snapped in half, broken in half. Azure Dragon borrowing heaven's power. The Azure Dragon roared. His body bloomed with endless divine light. At this moment, he seemed to have become a part of the world, the embodiment of the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Swish! The grand Tao of heaven and earth was triggered. The great dragon halberd chopped out, carrying the power of heaven and earth, splitting the void. In an instant, the halberd chopped down on the top of Gu Fei's head. Borrowing the grand Tao of heaven and earth, the Azure Dragon's strength and speed suddenly rose to an unbelievable level. His strength doubled. Swish! Gu Fei was startled. He used the 8 desolation steps and used the 8 steps extreme speed. He moved horizontally as if he was teleporting. The black halberd blade slashed down beside him, cutting off a strand of his hair. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had hesitated for even a split second, he would have been killed on the spot. It was too dangerous, Oomph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. Then, his body exuded a boundless divine light. An extremely powerful force surged out from his body. Even the void around him was unable to withstand this extremely ferocious power, and it immediately collapsed. It collapsed? This is, high up in the sky, Shao Qing, He Tian, and the others were shocked. Gu Fei was about to use that supreme secret technique. The Azure Dragon was about to suffer a tragedy. Gu Fei's aura and strength soared like the descent of a god king. Heaven and earth shook, and even some of the supreme characters of the previous generation were shocked. Is this his true strength? How is this possible? Too terrifying. This kind of strength has surpassed the immortal realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei's battle strength had surpassed the immortal realm. With this kind of strength, even if he encountered a mysterious transformation realm immortal king, he would be able to fight endlessly. Roar! Chapter 793. Rumble. The power of heaven and earth surged violently, creating spatial cracks that looked like black dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Roar. The azure dragon wielded the great dragon halberd and pierced forward. The halberd turned into a black dragon and charged forward. At the same time, the black dragons formed by the spatial cracks pounced at Gu Fei from all directions. The azure dragon could actually manipulate the spatial cracks to attack the enemy. It was unbelievable. A destructive aura filled the air. The azure dragon borrowing power of the heaven's divine art was truly worthy of being the supreme secret art of the azure dragon clan. It was too shocking. It could actually use the power of the heavens and earth to such an extent. The void continued to crumble, and the spatial cracks turned into black dragons, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. It was like 10,000 dragons dancing in the air, giving Gu Fei a great deal of pressure. This was a shocking scene that left the spectators dumbfounded. The power of heaven and earth wasn't something that just anyone could resist. If it was an ordinary immortal, they would have already been killed by the azure dragon. Roar. Gu Fei threw his head back and roared. At this moment, his momentum finally reached its peak. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His strength increased 5-fold in an instant, and his entire body emitted a dazzling yin-yang divine radiance. The divine radiance pierced through the void, and the void where he stood was directly shattered by the unimaginably powerful strength that emanated from his body. He stood in the middle of the chaotic void with divine light revolving around him. Bam! His right palm pressed forward lightly, and the black dragon formed from the countless spatial cracks crumbled in an instant. Swish! Using the 8 desolate steps, he walked among the black dragons. Wherever he passed, the power of heaven and earth crumbled, and the black dragons crumbled one by one, dissipating into the void. Absolute power could suppress everything. No matter how peerless a divine art or how to borrow the power of heaven and earth, it couldn't stop Gu Fei's steps. He strode through the void towards the azure dragon. The power that could shatter the void couldn't stop Gu Fei. Boom! He punched out with his right fist, and boundless supreme yang energy gathered on his fist. His fist moved like a primordial divine mountain. Although Gu Fei's fist was advancing very slowly, it gave people a terrifying feeling of invincibility. It made people's hearts palpitate and their souls tremble. Bam! The black dragon formed by the great dragon halberd was blocked by Gu Fei's fist, and the towering baleful qi dissipated. The malevolent dragon head was directly smashed into pieces, revealing the great dragon halberd's true form. Clang! The great dragon halberd vibrated like countless divine weapons. The black halberd blade collided with Gu Fei's fist over 1,000 times in an instant, piercing a hole in the sky. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. Even a divine weapon refined by a supreme existence wouldn't be able to injure Gu Fei. His fist was as heavy as 100,000 mountains, and the powerful force caused the great dragon halberd's shaft to bend. The webbing between Azure Dragon's thumb and index finger was torn, and he almost couldn't hold the great dragon halberd anymore. Each of Gu Fei's fists was powerful to the extreme, causing him to suffer a great impact. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Roar! Azure Dragon roared again and again, dragon qi surging from his body. He drew the power of heaven and earth from all directions, pouring it into the great dragon halberd, desperately pushing his strength to resist Gu Fei. 9 streams of dragon qi appeared around him, spiraling in the air like 9 divine dragons. At this moment, Azure Dragon didn't hold anything back, going all out. Pung! Azure Dragon's robes were torn to shreds, revealing his bronze-colored muscular body. Each of his muscles was trembling, as if they were cast from divine steel, brimming with power. So what if it's the momentum of heaven and earth? Break for me. Gu Fei let out a loud roar. Extreme yang energy surged out from his fist. The power of his body was unleashed without any reservation. Rumble. The violent force directly sent the great dragon halberd flying. The entire heaven and earth was shaken by Gu Fei's fist, and the momentum of heaven and earth crumbled. Boom! The great dragon halberd flew several li away, smashing into a huge mountain. The entire mountain crumbled in an instant, sending dust and dirt soaring high into the sky. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but be shocked. After using the Heaven Ascension secret art, Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying, enough to contend against a profound transformation realm immortal king. The entire space crumbled under his fist. Azure Dragon suffered a great impact. The strength displayed by Gu Fei was too powerful. Even with the great dragon halberd in his hand, he couldn't contend against Gu Fei. In the midst of the terrifying energy storm, Azure Dragon vomited blood and was sent flying. Gu Fei's fist seemed to collapse the sky, shaking the earth, becoming the only thing between heaven and earth. Even the sun in the sky dimmed. The pure yang energy exploded on Gu Fei's fist. It was as if 10 suns were shining in the sky, bursting out with divine light. It was so dazzling that it hurt people's eyes, making it hard to look straight at it. Even immortal gods could not see Gu Fei's figure clearly at this time. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This is Gu Fei's true strength. Hu Zhan saw this scene and no longer had any fighting spirit. He knew that his strength was definitely not stronger than Azure Dragon. Even the number 1 Azure Dragon of the Southern Wasteland was defeated. How could he be Gu Fei's opponent? Hu Zhan was not the only one who had this kind of thought. In the distant sky, a petite figure bathed in divine flames was also blinded by the strong light that erupted in front of her. How is this Gu Fei so powerful? How despicable! Feng Shiwu originally wanted to fight Gu Fei and wash away the humiliation of losing to Gu Fei 3 centuries ago. However, looking at it this way, it would be difficult to wash away the humiliation of losing to Gu Fei 3 centuries ago. This left the young princess of the Vermilion Bird clan, Feng Shiwu, very gloomy. Who would have thought? In another direction in the sky, Lu Yunhe was stunned. Only then did he discover that Gu Fei had already surpassed him in terms of cultivation. Damn it! A middle-aged man standing beside Lu Yunhe ground his teeth. Gu Fei's strength made him very furious. If I can recruit this person, he'll be of great assistance to me, said the prince of the Yin dynasty, Yin Wushuang. He actually wanted to recruit Gu Fei. Humph, this person is powerful, but compared to my elder brother, he's still nothing. Zhou Haoyang snorted coldly in disdain. What? Everyone could not help but be surprised. The successor of the Zhou family of the ancients was actually even more powerful than Gu Fei? Wasn't that an immortal king? At this moment, another great rumble rang out from up ahead. The endless light receded, and everyone's vision was still a blur. Bam! Gu Fei took a step and directly appeared above the Azure Dragon that had been sent flying. Afterwards, he stomped down on the Azure Dragon's chest. The terrifying power directly shattered a region of space, obliterating everything. The Azure Dragon is about to lose. By now, even the prodigies of the Southern Wasteland no longer had high hopes for the Azure Dragon. Gu Fei was just too powerful. His battle prowess was on par with profound transformation immortal kings. Chapter 794. Bang! Without any suspense, Azure Dragon was directly stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei, smashing a huge pit in the ground. Roar! Azure Dragon roared crazily and rushed out of the pit in the ground. His hair was messy, and he looked like he had gone mad. 9 dragon shadows appeared on his body. A violent and tragic aura exploded from Azure Dragon's body. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Azure Dragon's body, which seemed to be cast from divine iron, was already heavily injured. The muscles on Azure Dragon's chest had deeply caved in. It was a footprint. His sternum was broken, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was like an injured primordial beast, making people's hearts palpitate. Oomph! Gu Fei directly pressed down with his palm. Boom! Azure Dragon was directly smashed down from the sky. The mountains and rivers shook, the earth trembled, and the ground undulated violently like waves. Dust filled the air, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. It was bottomless, like a bottomless black hole. Everyone was shocked. This Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the sacred battle emperor. His brute force was shocking. With a casual slap, he had slapped the number 1 expert of the southern wilderness into the ground. Such a powerful attack, Azure Dragon was in danger. No one knew if Azure Dragon could survive under such an attack. Some people noticed that Azure Dragon's guardian did not appear. The result was already set. Unless a miracle happened, it would be absolutely difficult to reverse. Azure Dragon had lost, and the experts of the southern wilderness were not willing to face this reality. Rumble. The earth and sky shook. Gu Fei descended from the sky. The invincible martial body emitted a terrifying wave of power, directly shaking the earth and sky. He was like a sacred emperor, descending towards the bottomless pit in the shape of a palm print. Could it be? Does he still want to attack? He wants to kill Azure Dragon? Seeing this, the experts of the southern wilderness could not help but panic. Even Xiaoqing, Heian, and Balan were extremely nervous. If he really killed Azure Dragon, then it would pierce through the sky. The 4 sacred clans of the southern wasteland all possessed an unbelievably deep heritage, enough to lead the 100 races of the southern wasteland to fight against the Zhou clan of the ancients. If Gu Fei killed the Azure Dragon, there would be no place for Gu Fei in this world. The experts of the 100 races of the southern wasteland wouldn't let Gu Fei kill the Azure Dragon. Seeing that Gu Fei really didn't stop, they couldn't help but stand out. 7 powerful auras suddenly appeared. 7 powerful divine senses locked onto Gu Fei at the same time. These were 7 top-notch immortal gods. Among them, there was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair, a white-haired old man, and a fairy-like beauty. A phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. A divine phoenix of raging flames broke through the layers of clouds and charged downwards. Roar! The roar of a tiger shook the heaven and earth, shattering several mountains. The murderous sound of a tiger's roar shook one's divine soul. Those with weaker cultivations were immediately knocked unconscious. A white tiger as large as a mountain rushed over from afar, emitting a fierce aura that soared to the heavens. The southern wasteland is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yin Wushuang's pupils shrank when he saw 9 immortal gods suddenly jump out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xiaoqing, Heian, and Balan also rushed over. The powerful auras of immortals exploded from their bodies without any concealment. What? Do you want to gang up on me? Xiaoqing looked around and said in a deep voice. Dragon chi surged from his body, and a huge dragon appeared behind him. Dragon Clan? Many people sensed the presence of a true dragon on Xiaoqing and could not help but change in expression. Only the imperial family of the Dragon Clan possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. The powerful presence of a 9th, heavenly layer immortal that Balan gave off made Hu Zhan, Feng Shiwu, and the other immortals of the 100 races of the southern wasteland wary. The cultivation base of the 9th heaven of the immortal god realm was no joke. Such figures were all old monsters and antiques of the various sections. They were only a step away from breaking through the immortal god realm and becoming immortal kings of the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei completely ignored the 9 immortals of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. He continued to descend towards the bottomless hole in the ground. A weak aura came from the pitch-black bottomless pit. The Azure Dragon was not dead. Endless divine power surged through Gu Fei's body. At that moment, his body had reached its limit as well. The power unleashed by the Ascension secret technique was just too great. Even Gu Fei felt like his body was about to explode. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones trembled. His vital energy circulated 10 times faster than usual. If it were not for Gu Fei's extremely tough invincible martial body, he would have exploded from the power a long time ago. He would have been crushed to pieces a long time ago. Moreover, the Ascension secret technique had a time limit. If he could not finish off the enemy within 3 minutes, his strength would fall from his invincible state. Gu Fei formed a seal with both hands, and the endless power of yin and yang gathered towards his left and right hands madly. The power of yin and yang wove around his hands. Boom! The entire world suddenly shook violently, as if the world was about to be flipped upside down. A huge seal appeared between Gu Fei's hands. The power of yin and yang wove into a huge seal, the seal of yin and yang of life and death. Terrifying pulses of energy radiated from the simple seal. Everyone's expressions changed as the power of destruction surged. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was about to use the seal of yin and yang of life and death, the sound of a divine weapon suddenly rang from afar. An extremely fierce aura surged towards Gu Fei. Roar! A huge black dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long, with a mighty power that could destroy heaven and earth, pounced from afar and rushed to the front of Gu Fei in an instant. The huge dragon's head was like a mountain, and the dragon's body was like a winding mountain ridge. This was a ferocious and powerful ancient beast. It was ferocious and extremely hideous. The sudden change surprised Gu Fei. Without thinking, he formed a seal with both hands and slammed into the black dragon that was pouncing towards him. Bam! The seal of yin and yang of life and death exuded a monstrous amount of god force. The giant seal directly smashed the black dragon's head, and the giant seal also crumbled in the void. Gu Fei only felt a great force coming from the black dragon, and he was actually knocked back 1,000 zhang away. One could see how powerful the black dragon's attack was. A profound transformation realm immortal king made a move? Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. He could already tell that the black dragon wasn't a real black dragon, but the shadow of a black dragon formed by the great dragon halberd. This shadow was incomparably lifelike, to the extent that it could be mistaken for the real one. Chapter 795. The old man had white hair and eyebrows, 18 dragons coiled around his body, like a supreme dragon emperor descending from the 9 heavens, exuding a domineering aura. Bubble and dragon chi soared to the sky. Faint dragon roars could be heard in the void. The great dragon halberd in the old man's hand was even heavier than when it was in the azure dragon's hand. The black halberd flickered with black light, like a black dragon in the old man's hand, vibrating lightly, shaking people's hearts and souls. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king? Gu Fei was sent flying 1,000 zhang away, inwardly shocked. This old man should be the azure dragon's guardian. Young man, don't go overboard in everything. The old man looked at Gu Fei with an expressionless face and a calm tone. At this time, the time limit for Gu Fei's ascension secret art had not ended yet. His aura was also incomparably powerful. Bang! 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 He didn't say anything, walking in the void towards the old man. Each step covered 100 zhang. The entire heaven and earth shook along with his footsteps. There seemed to be a certain rhythm to Gu Fei's footsteps. This kind of rhythm could resonate with the heaven and earth, creating earth-shattering noises, shocking everyone. With every step he took, the cultivators watching from afar felt as if their hearts were being hammered by 1,000 caddies of heavy hammers. Those with weaker cultivations were already pale, their blood and chi were roiling in their bodies, and the arcane energy in their bodies seemed to be triggered by this rhythm, almost going out of control. Bang! 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 Gu Fei continued to move forward. In the distant sky, more and more people fell from the sky. Those with weaker cultivations were bleeding from the corner of their mouths, suffering from a great impact. Triggering the pulse of heaven and earth, you really have the qualifications to be arrogant. The old man's expression turned solemn. His eyes emitted a bright light as he stared at Gu Fei. Whose disciple was this? He was actually powerful to such an extent, invincible within the same realm. Even mysterious transformation realm immortal kings, demon kings, and devil kings couldn't take him down. The old man's thoughts spun rapidly. Such a character, if he matured, would become a great enemy of the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland. Should he kill him? This old man wanted to kill Gu Fei. When Hu Zhan, Feng Shiwu, and the other experts of the 100 races of the southern wasteland saw this scene, they were all stunned. They knew that the old man was an elder of the Azure Dragon clan. That old man was a famous figure in the southern wasteland. He had once been qualified to compete for the position of the Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. In every generation of the Azure Dragon clan, there would be a peerless expert known as the Azure Dragon. The name of the Azure Dragon was a supreme glory in the Azure Dragon clan. For thousands of years, those who were able to be called Azure Dragon were all extremely talented. Their names were known throughout the entire southern wasteland. They were even the symbol of invincibility in the southern wasteland. This old man had nearly become the Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan's previous generation. One could imagine just how terrifying this old man's cultivation and strength was. Seeing that Gu Fei actually dared to attack this old man, the experts of the 100 clans of the southern wasteland were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Gu Fei was fearless. So what if his opponent was an immortal king at the profound transformation realm? It wasn't like he had never fought against an immortal king before. Facing the approaching Gu Fei, the old man's expression changed several times. In the end, he disappeared high up in the sky. When he reappeared, he was carrying a person in his arms. Seeing this, Gu Fei was astonished. Just now, he clearly sensed the killing intent from the old man, but he didn't expect the old man to not make a move. Swish! The old man used the great dragon halberd to shatter the void, directly teleporting away from this area. As if he had some misgivings, he didn't attack Gu Fei in the end. He left just like that? Gu Fei was greatly surprised. Initially, he wanted to compete with the old man before the Ascension's secret arts time limit ended. The Azure Dragon lost. The surroundings were silent. No one said a word. The experts of the 100 clans of the southern wasteland had ugly expressions. The 9 great immortals that stood out didn't know whether to retreat or fight. What? Didn't you all want to gang up on me? Hei Tian mocked. At this time, no one knew where he got a robe from, but it tightly wrapped around his yin-yang skeleton. Undying evil creature. Everyone has the right to kill you. Someone shouted. That's right, kill him. Another person, fearing that the world would be in chaos, uttered provocative words. Want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Hei Tian coldly declared. As he spoke, among the crowd on a distant hill, a cultivator screamed and fell to the ground. That cultivator struggled for a while, then stopped moving. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices, making him look extremely ferocious. The surrounding people's expressions changed, retreating in panic. You undying evil creature! You dare to commit murder in public? An old man among the 9 great immortals stepped forward and shouted at Hei Tian. The other immortals were also enraged. This undying evil creature dared to kill someone right in front of them. He was basically looking down on them. Who else wants to fight? At this time, Gu Fei had already flown over. His powerful presence that surpassed immortals made everyone's expressions change. However, his presence was rapidly weakening. The Ascension's secret arts time limit was up, and he could no longer maintain his invincible state. Gu Fei, Hu Zhan and Feng Shiwu, the 2 experts of the 4 sacred clans, were filled with battle intent, but they didn't attack. The opponent had even defeated the Azure Dragon, so they weren't his opponent no matter what, unless they could break through to the profound transformation realm and become an immortal king. Hu Zhan, you want to fight? Gu Fei looked at Hu Zhan and said indifferently. His terrifying presence had already been completely withdrawn. However, apart from Shaoqing, Hei Tian, and Balan, no one knew about Gu Fei's secret. The 9 secrets of the immortal ways had already been lost in the ancient times. In the current world, the number of people who could recognize the 9 secrets of the immortal ways could probably be counted on one hand. Gu Fei demonstrated his invincible might, defeating the Azure Dragon and stunning the 100 races of the southern wilderness. Everyone feared him very much. No one was willing to fight him so easily. Swish! Hu Zhan said nothing, directly retreating. He knew he couldn't do it, so he retreated decisively. Boom! Flames erupted and scorching waves of heat swept out in all directions. A divine bird rushed into the sky. The vermilion bird spread its wings and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Feng Shiwu left too. At least you know what's good for you. Hei Tian swore, but he could not help but secretly admire their decisiveness and flexibility. None of the prodigies who had grown up in the southern wilderness were simple. 2 of the 9 immortals of the 100 races of the southern wilderness had left. The remaining 7 could not help but look at one another. In the end, they also chose to leave. Chapter 796. The man who had awed the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland and repelled the 9 immortals of the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland, Gu Fei was still as invincible as ever. Clap, 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 clap. All of a sudden, applause came from the distance. Lu Yunhe, Zhou Haoyang, and the prince of the Great Yin, Yin Wushuang, flew toward Gu Fei and the others. The middle-aged man who was with Lu Yunhe was nowhere to be seen. "Brother Gu, you are as brave as ever," Lu Yunhe said. In the past, Gu Fei was invincible among the younger generation of the Southern Wasteland, and he was still invincible in the Southern Wasteland. Lu Yunhe couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Back then, the difference in cultivation between Lu Yunhe and Gu Fei was not that enormous. However, Gu Fei was now an unparalleled martial immortal among those of the same cultivation, whereas Lu Yunhe was only a half-god level cultivator. "You are so annoying." Before Gu Fei could say anything, He Tian spoke in a displeased tone. "Don't tell me you are thinking of using the 100 tribes of the Southern Wasteland to deal with my elder brother." Xiaoqing didn't have a good impression of Lu Yunhe either. "How could I?" Lu Yunhe said quickly. These guys were not people he could afford to offend. Lu Yunhe was truly shocked. All the experts of the Southern Wasteland had been repelled by Gu Fei. Even if Lu Yunhe had eaten the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to Gu Fei. "These two are..." Gu Fei gave Lu Yunhe a look, then turned and rested his eyes on Zhou Haoyang and Yin Wuliang, the Prince of Great Yin, who stood next to Lu Yunhe. Of these two, the man who looked like an idle-rich young master was not worthy of Gu Fei's attention. But the young man who wore a purple gold dragon crown and a purple dragon robe, exuding a faint royal aura, made Gu Fei feel a little surprised. Such a man must be someone who occupied a high position in the imperial court and most likely a member of the royal family. "Hehe, allow me to introduce you. This is the descendant of the Zhou clan of the ancients, Zhou Haoyang. This is the prince of the Great Yin dynasty, Yin Wuliang." Lu Yunhe introduced to Gu Fei. "I've long heard that Brother Gu is invincible in the same realm. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it really is true." The Great Yin Prince Yin Wuliang said to Gu Fei. "So it's the prince of the immortal empire." Gu Fei nodded without any surprise on his face. In the world of cultivation, there was no such thing as a prince or not. Everything was determined by strength. In the mortal world, the status of a prince was revered by countless subjects, but to cultivators, a prince was no different from an ordinary person. "You're Zhou Haoyang?" He Tian asked. He had no blood on his face. No one knew how he was feeling at this time. However, at this moment, Xiaoqing and Balan looked at Zhou Haoyang strangely. "You know me? I didn't expect that even you guys know my name." Zhou Haoyang was somewhat proud of himself. He thought that Xiaoqing and the others had heard of his name before. This guy, Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. His disciple, Gu Zhong, was the one who beat him up outside of Dark Mega City. It was this Zhou Haoyang. This Zhou Haoyang was ignorant and incompetent. He only had a cultivation base of the 9th layer of the void-controlling realm. It could be said that he was the weakest among the younger generation of the 4 great families of the clan of the ancients. However, this guy was very lucky. He was born in the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients, and he had a powerful elder brother who was extremely protective of him. His elder brother was incredible. Some people said that the Zhou family had produced a young divine king, and that this young divine king was Zhou Haoyang's elder brother. Zhou Haoyang's elder brother was a heaven-defying monster. He had attained the Tao at a young age, and his cultivation base and strength were so strong that even the experts of the previous generation of the Zhou family would feel ashamed in front of him. "Haha, your name is like thunder in our ears." He Tian was amused. This guy was very interesting. Zhou Haoyang was still feeling very good about himself, while Xiaoqing and the carefree Balan were laughing. Gu Fei couldn't help but smile as well. Lu Yunhe and Yin Wuliang glanced at each other. They didn't know what Gu Fei's group was up to. After a brief conversation, He Tian and Zhou Haoyang seemed to be very close friends. They quickly became familiar with each other, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Under Zhou Haoyang's invitation, Gu Fei's group left the mountain range and headed for one of the Zhou family's divine palaces in the southern wasteland. One had to admit that the Zhou family of the ancients had an incomparably deep foundation. The Zhou family's divine palace in the southern wasteland was actually a palace that floated high in the sky. It was like a divine city from the 9 heavens, exuding an ancient and vicissitude aura. However, this was only one of the divine cities of the Zhou family in the southern wasteland. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. The powers of the ancient desolate were indeed frightening. This Zhou family was probably on par with the divine race. The divine city high in the sky was guarded by the Zhou family's immortal divinities. The city guards were all at the first and second heavenly layers of void-controlling realm. Zhou Haoyang invited everyone into the divine city. Cultivators could be seen everywhere. The powers of the ancient desolate wanted to open the desolate world. The powers that had submitted to the Zhou family had selected their most outstanding descendants and sent them to the Zhou family. Gu Fei's group temporarily settled down in the divine city. They could walk around as they pleased, but the Zhou family had sealed off the central area of the divine city, not allowing anyone to enter. Gu Fei sensed at least 2 powerful auras surpassing the immortal divinity realm in the central area of the divine city. There were mysterious transformation realm immortal kings guarding the place. Zhou Haoyang and Lu Yunhe both had matters to attend to, but the great Yan's prince, Yan Wushuang, seemed to be deliberately interacting with Gu Fei's group. On this day, Yan Wushuang held a banquet in the only restaurant in the divine city, inviting Gu Fei to drink and chat merrily. He Tian and Balon didn't like this kind of scene, so they didn't come. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the brightly lit city. This restaurant had a total of 3 floors, and the top floor had been reserved by Yan Wushuang. This wasn't a restaurant in the secular world, but the property of the Zhou family. The fee wasn't gold or silver, but a type of spirit jade that contained spiritual energy. This type of spirit jade was the currency used by cultivators. The spiritual energy contained within could be refined and absorbed by cultivators to increase their cultivation. In order to reserve the entire floor, Yan Wushuang had spent a total of 500 kilograms of high-grade spirit jade. This wasn't a small sum. 500 kilograms of high-grade spirit jade was equivalent to the expenses of a middle-grade sect for 3 or 4 years. An immortal dynasty indeed had countless cultivation resources. 500 caddies of spirit jade was actually worth it, because this wasn't an ordinary banquet, but a real delicacy. Braised 1,000-year-old ground python roe, deep-fried multicolored peacock claws, steamed 500-year-old dragon sturgeon, and so on. Although the dishes weren't cooked with real dragon liver and phoenix gall, it still left one speechless. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Fei inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flashing past on the opposite street. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly rushed out of the restaurant, and with a sway of his body, he disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. This? Chapter 797. The lights in the city flickered, reflecting the stars in the sky. The divine city was high up in the sky and could not be seen from the ground. Inside the divine city, one would feel as if they were very close to the heavens. Gu Fei was traversing the streets of the city, following a slender figure in front of him. It was a woman dressed in a black dress. In the past few days, many cultivators had come to the divine city. These cultivators were the most outstanding descendants of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had returned to the southern wasteland and began to integrate the cultivation world of the southern wasteland. In the entire southern wasteland, more than half of the great sects had already surrendered to the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity and became their peripheral forces. However, only a few of the direct disciples of the Zhou clan had appeared in the city. The black-clothed woman in front had a graceful figure. Her long hair was tied behind her head with a black hair, giving people a valiant and formidable-looking feeling. Could it be her? Gu Fei felt that the figure in front of him was very familiar. It seemed to be an old friend from the past. However, 300 years had passed, and Gu Fei found it hard to determine that this woman was the same person from the back. Gu Fei carefully followed behind the woman through the long streets. Then he turned left and right in the middle of the city and arrived in front of a courtyard in the south of the divine city. The woman didn't notice that someone was following her and walked straight into the courtyard. The divine city floating high in the sky wasn't very large, but it still covered a radius of a few dozen miles. There were thousands of large and small houses in the city. Traces of time could be seen everywhere in this ancient city. The courtyard wasn't very big. As Gu Fei approached the courtyard, he sensed an obscure aura. There was an expert overseeing the courtyard. Gu Fei didn't want to be discovered by the other party. With a thought, a vast amount of inner-world energy came out from his dantian and enveloped his body, isolating all the aura on his body. Gu Fei, who was enveloped by the power of the inner world, seemed to have jumped out of the three realms at this moment. He was no longer within the five elements and had broken free from the shackles of the great heaven and earth. Unless it was an almighty being, no one would be able to sense his presence. Even the celestial being Realm Celestial Emperor and Shun King could not sense his presence. Gu Fei silently walked into the courtyard, came to the window, and stood there quietly. Inside the house, it was as bright as day, and there were people talking inside. Master, among the top 10 sects in the southern wasteland, 6 of them have already entered the city. A melodious voice came from the room. As soon as the voice entered his ears, Gu Fei was stunned. It really was her. He would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. It seems to be in the next few days. An old voice immediately sounded in the room. It was the voice of an old woman. Li Mingyao, the one inside, is her master? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was not afraid that his voice would be heard. The power of heaven and earth inside isolated the void, and even sound was completely isolated. Master, what is Zhou clan's intention in doing this? Li Mingyao's voice sounded in the room. No wonder that figure was so familiar. It turned out to be her, Guangxing immortal sex Li Mingyao. Gu Fei found it hard to keep his calm. The woman inside was the woman he had an affair with. Gu Fei couldn't help but recall the scene in the valley inside the virtual sky world. Now that he thought about it, his face was still hot, and his breathing became a bit rapid. To some extent, Li Mingyao was his first woman. How was she in these 300 years? Gu Fei's heart was fluttering. He never thought that he would meet Li Mingyao, the woman he had a physical relationship with, in the divine city of Zhou clan. He also never thought that after meeting Li Mingyao again, his emotions would be a bit out of control. What was going on? He couldn't understand it himself. Sending the outstanding descendants of each sect to that place. I'm afraid it's going to be a dangerous experience. The old voice sounded with a hint of worry. What kind of place is that? Li Mingyao asked in the room. Li Mingyao's master didn't answer immediately. She seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she said, "It's a lost world, a secret place that only opens once every 10,000 years. A lost world?" Li Mingyao was surprised. According to the oldest records, it's an ancient world of desolation, a world before the desolate antiquity. It has a great secret. Li Mingyao's master seemed to know something. Li Mingyao was startled by her master's words. Entering that ancient world of desolation, if you're lucky, you'll have a great opportunity. If not, I'm afraid you'll die inside. Your body and soul will be destroyed. Li Mingyao's master's words kept coming from the room. Ancient world of desolation? Gu Fei mumbled to himself. The other party couldn't hear his voice, but he could. Gu Fei stood outside the window, quietly listening to the conversation in the room. From the conversation between Li Mingyao and her master, Gu Fei knew some things about the ancient world of desolation. It turned out that when this ancient world of desolation appeared, no one knew. Even the ancient powers didn't know how long this lost world had existed for. It wasn't until a supreme being discovered the existence of this world that the ancient, desolate faction knew of the existence of such an ancient world. Li Mingyao's master didn't know much either. She only knew that all the ancient powers had a way to enter and exit the ancient world of desolation. Moreover, there wasn't only one entrance to the ancient world of desolation. Other ancient powers could enter the ancient world of desolation from other entrances. The Zhou clan's ancient divine city that floated high in the sky had an entrance to the untainted ancient world. It was also because of this that the Zhou clan had gathered the outstanding descendants of the various sects in the southern wasteland in the divine city. In the end, when Gu Fei realized that he couldn't get any more useful information from the conversation between Li Mingyao and her master, he quietly left. He didn't disturb Li Mingyao, nor did he want to meet her. His heart was empty, and he didn't know what to do at the moment. After returning to his residence, Gu Fei locked himself in his room, causing both Erebus and Little Qing to feel baffled. They had no idea what was going on. 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the prince of the Great Yin, Yin Wuliang, was still loitering around Gu Fei's residence. He hadn't given up on the idea of befriending Gu Fei and pulling Gu Fei under his command. However, Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to him. One morning, after inviting Gu Fei to the God City, Zhou Haoyang came to Gu Fei's residence. Chapter 798. In the endless territory of the southern wasteland, there were 10 great sects: the soaring celestial sect, the yin-yang sect, the solar sect, and so on. 6 of them had already submitted to the Zhou clan of the ancients and became their external forces. Whoosh! Although Zhou Haoyang's cultivation was weak, he was able to prosper in the cultivation world. No one dared to look down on him because of the existence of a super powerful force behind him. As for the other 4 sects, the Imperial Beast Villa, the Yin Ghost sect, the Myriad Beasts Alliance, and the Yin Yang sect, they had submitted to the 100 races of the southern wasteland. The strength of the 2 great sects could be said to be equal. Both sides had incomparably deep foundations, and no one could unify the southern wasteland. Originally, the southern wasteland was the world of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. However, with the strong return of the Zhou clan of the ancients, half of the southern wasteland fell into the hands of the Zhou clan. At this time, in the divine city above the 100,000 mountains, there were already hundreds of cultivators from the 6 great sects of the southern wasteland. As time passed, an obscure power began to fluctuate in the center of the divine city. This fluctuation became more and more intense. On the evening of the 3rd day, a dazzling divine light shot up from the center of the divine city. It pierced through the sky, and a huge, pitch-black hole appeared in the sky above the divine city. Rumble! The entire divine city began to shake. Divine runes began to appear on the ancient divine city. Some supreme cultivator had carved formation runes on the divine city. Tao power flowed on the runes, attracting the spiritual qi from all directions. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles frantically gathered towards the divine city. The hundreds of cultivators in the divine city were all indescribably shocked. Has it begun? Gu Fei, He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan shot up into the sky and stood in the sky above the divine city. They looked up and felt an ancient aura that seemed to have come from the primordial era. It was coming from the expanding black hole in the sky. The divine light that shot out from the center of the divine city shattered the void and penetrated into the seemingly endless void, as if it was connected to the primordial era. The divine light that pierced through the heavens and the earth spread out from the center of the divine city. A huge pillar of light finally enveloped the entire divine city. Gu Fei and the others were also bathed in the divine light. Amidst the vast and auspicious energy, Gu Fei felt as though he was bathing in a spiritual spring that contained boundless spiritual energy. His entire body felt comfortable. Then, the divine city, which had gathered an endless amount of spiritual qi, began to move upwards. The huge black hole in the sky that enveloped the heavens and the earth produced a heaven-devouring force, causing the entire divine city to fly upwards. Witnessing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity was truly generous. Could it be that they actually moved the entire divine city into the great antiquity world? Cries of surprise rang out from the divine city below. Many people soared into the sky and stood there, looking up at the pitch-black tunnel above their heads. The ancient aura of the great desolation grew stronger and stronger. It was as if they were truly approaching the great desolation aristocratic family. Swoosh! Divine light flickered and the void distorted. The divine city, which was bathed in divine light, as well as the hundreds of cultivators within it, all rushed into the black hole in the sky. All the divine light disappeared into the black hole. The black hole gradually closed up, and the shattered void automatically repaired itself. Finally, the black hole completely disappeared into the void, and the divine city in the sky was gone. After the divine city disappeared, a few figures rushed out from the 100,000 mountains and looked up at the sky. Soon, these figures disappeared from the sky above the mountains. It felt like countless years, but it also felt like an instant. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt his eyes light up, and then he found himself in a different world. Beside him, He Tian, Xiao Qing, and Balon were all looking around blankly. Near them, there were also more than 10 figures looking around. These were the immortal-level experts that had rushed into the sky above the divine city. Rumble. Suddenly, the void trembled. Below them, the void distorted and then shattered. Divine runes rushed out from the shattered void. An ancient city broke through the void, flew out, and floated below them. Gu Fei found that there were many buildings on the ground that resonated with the divine city in the sky. Perhaps this was why the divine city could break through the void and enter this world. What a dense spiritual energy! Gu Fei found that the spiritual energy in this world was so dense that it was almost comparable to the divine land in his Dantian. It was no wonder that in ancient times, all kinds of terrifying and powerful creatures were born. The people of the Avalon of 5 elements and the extreme true demons were all ultimate experts. Perhaps these ultimate experts had clashed with each other back then. After a great battle, the sky fell and the earth cracked, shattering the boundless vast primitive world. This world was filled with the aura of the primitive world. Towering trees and towering mountains could be seen, and terrifying roars of wild beasts could be heard from the distance. The sky here was very clear, and there were colorful clouds floating in the sky. There was no sun, but it was very bright. It was unknown where the light in this world came from. Could it be that this was a world without night, possessing eternal light? At this moment, a dark cloud suddenly rushed out from the mountain in the distance, and an extremely horrifying aura surged out. That is, after seeing it clearly, everyone was shocked. It wasn't a black cloud. It was a giant bird the size of a mountain. The huge bird soared through the sky, covering the entire sky. Its feathers were covered in a black luster, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This giant bird was too big. It was actually half the size of a divine city. Caw! With a cry, the 9 heavens trembled. Its wings flapped, and even the clouds on the horizon were dispersed. Moreover, the giant bird's speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed to the sky above the divine city. This was simply like a black cloud covering the sky. The entire divine city darkened. Everyone in the city lost their heads out of fear, and some people continuously fled. The soaring baleful aura caused the several hundred outstanding descendants of the southern wasteland's great sects to almost collapse. This was an extremely powerful bird king. Whoosh! Its claws as big as a small mountain directly swiped down from the sky, courting death. At this time, an angry roar came from the divine city. A dazzling divine light rushed out from the city, and a powerful magical power surged like a volcano suddenly erupting. Whoosh! The divine light pierced through the void and directly cut the giant bird in half. Blood and feathers flew everywhere, and the giant bird's corpse fell from the sky. It was as if the sky was raining blood. There was indeed a peerless character from the Zhou clan of the ancients in the city. He actually killed a bird king that was comparable to an immortal in one move. Just what kind of world was this? As soon as they entered this world from the southern wasteland, they were attacked by a giant bird with the strength of an immortal. Chapter 799. Now, all of you can go and explore this world of the primordial era. In this world, there are all sorts of ancient secrets. Whether you are fated or not will depend on your luck. Go. Here, every one of you will have the chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. An ancient voice resounded in the Zhou clan's divine city. Every word was clearly heard by everyone. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king was transmitting his voice. Just now, when the giant bird attacked, it should have been the immortal king who killed it. Only a peerless immortal king could kill such a ferocious beast in an instant. Fate? Ascend to the heavens in a single step? All the cultivators in the divine city fell silent. Everyone's breathing quickened as they felt an incomparable pressure. Ascend to the heavens in a single step? What did this mean? Was this place connected to the legendary heavenly realm? Everyone was shocked. Breaking through the void and ascending to the heavens was the ultimate dream of every cultivator. However, ever since the great changes of the ancient era, immortals and mortals were separated. Even if someone cultivated to the immortal realm, the heavens and earth would no longer send down a heavenly tribulation. Even if you were extremely talented and invincible, it would be difficult to enter the legendary heavenly realm. You could only stay in the mortal world. After a brief silence, the entire divine city burst into an uproar. All the cultivators were excited. No one stayed still. Some people immediately rushed out of the divine city and into the world outside the city. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, Erebus, and Balan also felt their blood boiling. To think that they would encounter fate in the great desolate primordial world. This was something that no one had expected. It was hard to believe that the primordial world forces had such a great secret. Over the years, countless people had searched for a way to enter the heavenly realm. Everywhere in the Tanglong continent had been visited. Some peerless figures who cultivated to the immortal realm did not hesitate to enter the primordial forbidden grounds of the Tanglong continent in search of the path to the heavens. Some of them even fell in those ancient wastelands and never came out again. After the great changes of the world, there was only one way to enter the heaven realm, and that was the legendary heaven tower left behind by the supreme Tao ancestor. The sky connecting platform was in the hands of the primordial Tao sect. The primordial Tao sect was the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. The sky connecting platform was the place where the supreme Tao ancestor comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. The heaven platform had all kinds of mysterious uses, but what made the cultivators in the world jealous was that this platform could connect to the heaven realm and transport people there. However, the sky-connecting platform of the primordial Tao sect had long since disappeared. It was rumored that there had once been an almighty who had fought his way into the primordial Tao sect and snatched the sky-connecting platform. Some said that the sky-connecting platform had already been summoned back by the primordial Tao sect, while others said that the sky-connecting platform had already been destroyed during the battle between the Almighty and an ancestor of the primordial Tao sect. This was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. No one knew what had happened. However, there was one thing that everyone knew. That was, the only holy object that could communicate with the heavenly realm had never appeared again. In other words, the only passageway between the human realm and the heavenly realm no longer existed. No one from the primordial Tao sect came out to explain. However, ever since the Almighty had fought his way into the primordial Tao sect, the primordial world that opened once every 10,000 years had become more important to the primordial world than any other ancient powers. Some people guessed that the primordial Tao sect might have really lost the holy object that the supreme Tao ancestor had left behind. Boom! At this moment, a boundless wave of Dharma power was emitted from the divine city. A terrifying figure rushed out of the divine city and disappeared from the world in an instant. That's a mysterious transformation realm, Immortal King. Even a mysterious transformation realm, Immortal King, has been mobilized. In the divine city of heaven, some people who had been hesitating could no longer hold back. They all walked out of the divine city and rushed into the outside world. Boss, what should we do? He Tian asked. Shaoqing and Balan calmed down and looked at the scene calmly. The primordial world was indeed worthy of its name. What they saw was simply a scene from the primordial world. The mountains here towered into the clouds. No one knew how long the trees here had been growing. Some of them were as tall as 200 or 300 zhang. However, they had not developed intelligence and cultivated into tree demons. Huge vines even climbed from one mountain to another. In the distant forest, there were terrifying beasts roaming about. From time to time, loud beastly roars could be heard. The beasts here were not the ferocious beasts of the Tanglong continent. In the primordial world, most of the beasts that lived here were extremely powerful. The spiritual qi in the primordial world was abundant and could nurture powerful ancient beasts. Even though the beasts here were extremely powerful, they would not transform into human forms. These beasts were very terrifying. Even immortals would be in danger if they encountered them. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "We will split into 2 groups. The 3 of you will go one way and I will go the other. Shaoqing has a boundary that I refined. If we encounter any danger, we can hide in the Hell Dao." When Gu Fei refined the Hell Dao's origin, He used the power of the Hell Dao's origin to create the Four Paths world. Xiaoqing had a boundary in her hand. Boss, safety first. Can you lend me and the old Kirin some of your 2 Daos realm men? Erebus asked. This guy was very jealous of the boundary in Xiaoqing's hand. This thing was a life-saving treasure. No matter how strong the enemy was, as long as they hid in the Hell Dao, they would be fine. The Hell Dao was refined by the ancient Buddhist lord. It was originally meant to be the Azura Hell in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if someone knew the location of the Hell Dao, no one could break into it. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, even if he refined the source of the Hell Dao, he would not be able to take the Hell Dao into his body for the time being. The Hell Dao was comparable to a perfect world. Gu Fei was not strong enough to take a real world into his body. However, as the master of the Hell Dao, he could communicate with the source of the Hell Dao at any time and borrow its power. However, because he did not take the Hell Dao into his body, Gu Fei had to go through the boundary in order to enter the Hell Dao. Of the 4 boundaries, he had already given away 2. One was in Xiaoqing's hand, and the other was in the old turtle's hand. He still had 2 more on him. Gu Fei thought for a moment and flipped his hand. A palm-sized stone tablet appeared in his hand. All right, let's split up. Gu Fei threw the stone tablet to He Tian and said. At this time, most of the cultivators in the Divine City had already entered the ancient world of chaos. Thank you, boss. He Tian reached out and caught the stone tablet. He was overjoyed. With this stone tablet, he would have an extra layer of protection in the ancient world of chaos. Chapter 800. All the major powers of the ancient desolation had a way to enter the ancient desolation world. The number of people who entered the ancient desolation world was definitely not limited to just the few hundred cultivators from the southern desolation Zhou clan. The divine city floated high in the sky, and there were ancient buildings below it. There was an unfathomable power connecting the 2 sides. There seemed to be an ancient altar on the ground below, but Gu Fei didn't pay much attention to it. At this time, there were figures flashing everywhere outside the divine city. Gu Fei, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan separated and rushed into an endless mountain range. The ancient mountain range was filled with towering trees and old vines. Many places were emitting a fierce aura, and there were strange beasts roaming about. Just as Gu Fei entered the mountain range, a miserable scream of despair came from the front. Some cultivators had encountered the strange beasts in the mountain range and were killed. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He used the 8 desolate steps and sped up. After turning around a mountain peak, a lake dozens of acres wide appeared in front of him. Gu Fei just happened to see a huge figure disappearing into the lake. What is that? Gu Fei stopped. There was a strange beast hiding in the lake ahead, and there was a 5-colored lotus growing in the middle of the lake. A faint fragrance wafted from the front, making people feel relaxed and happy. However, there was a trace of blood lingering in the air. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. There were still traces of blood on the surface of the water near the 5-colored lotus that hadn't been washed away by the lake water. It was obvious that some cultivators had discovered the 5-colored celestial lotus in the lake and wanted to pluck it. However, they were killed by the strange beast lurking in the lake and became its food. The lotus had a 5-colored light lingering around it. It was very extraordinary. It was a rare spiritual plant in the world. Such a divine plant was not easy to pick. The strange beasts in the world would also be attracted by this spiritual plant and would guard it, not allowing other cultivators or fierce beasts to come close. The 5-colored lotus was definitely a rare divine plant for cultivators, especially those who were near the end of their lifespan or those who were seriously injured. However, to Gu Fei, this celestial lotus could only be regarded as an ordinary divine treasure. He even had the divine spring of life, which was much more precious than any divine treasure. Beside the divine spring of life, there was a peerless divine plant. Gu Fei's cultivation resources were probably even more valuable than those of the ancient desolation powers. However, since he had encountered it, it wouldn't be good to leave empty-handed. Gu Fei was about to enter the small lake in front of him and take away the 5-colored immortal lotus. Although he didn't know what kind of strange beast was lurking at the bottom of the lake, he didn't feel any danger. In other words, the strange beast in the lake didn't pose any threat to him. Just as Gu Fei was about to take action, an air-piercing sound came from the distance. Gu Fei immediately stopped and flew down from the sky, landing in the forest beside the lake. Swish! A sword light descended from the sky. Amidst the flickering sword light, a figure like a fairy from the 9 heavens landed on a big rock beside the lake. 5-colored lotus? Seeing the 5-colored lotus in the lake, the person couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. She was very happy, but she didn't directly rush forward to pick the lotus. Why is it her? Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest not far away, couldn't help but be startled when he saw this person. It was a beautiful woman in black with her long hair tied behind her head. This woman was none other than Guangqing's junior sister, Li Mingyao. The Guangqing celestial sect had already submitted to the Zhou clan of the Desolation Antiquity. The Zhou clan had opened the ancient Desolation world and gathered the outstanding figures of the various sections. Li Mingyao was one of the outstanding figures sent by the Guangqing celestial sect. Gu Fei had seen Li Mingyao from afar in the Zhou clan's divine city. He knew that 3 acquaintances had come from the Guangqing celestial sect. One was Lu Yunhe, who had sent a flying sword message to invite him here. The other was Guangqing's eldest senior brother, Ren Wuming. The third was Li Mingyao, who he had a romantic relationship with. For this trip to the ancient Desolation world, the Zhou clan had not only sent peerless characters of the Immortal King level, but even the various sects had sent old monsters. These people were all here to try their luck. There was no cultivator who didn't want to reach the heavens in a single step and enter a wider world to continue cultivating. The heavenly realm was that legendary world. Swish! At this time, another ray of light flew over from afar. Amidst the resplendent golden divine light, a thin figure was wrapped in it. That person landed on the other side of the lake and floated in the air. She stared at the 5-colored lotus in the lake with undisguised greed in her eyes. Little girl from the Guangqing celestial sect, if you know what's good for you, get lost. This divine lotus is mine. That person was a barefooted kid wearing a short green robe and a red doo-doo. He had a braid on his head. Although he was just a little kid, his tone was frightening. He actually told Li Mingyao to get lost as soon as he arrived, without giving her any leeway. Blissful boy, you're too much. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Li Mingyao, am not. Li Mengyao's body was filled with sword energy and sword light was flickering on her body. She knew the opponent's background, so she didn't dare to be careless. She quickly circulated the sword energy in her body and was on high alert, ready to attack at any time. This blissful boy was a ruthless character in the Yin-Yang sect. Although he looked like a kid, he was an old monster. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then I won't be polite. The blissful boy grinned and rushed over the surface of the lake. Wow! At this time, there was a sound of water splashing, and the originally calm lake suddenly burst out with a huge, malevolent beast head, its bloody mouth wide open. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the blissful boy who was above the lake. Die, evil beast! The blissful boy did not panic. He shouted, and 2 bronze rings, one black and one white, flew out from his hands. The power of yin and yang spread out from the yin and yang bronze rings. The bronze rings quickly enlarged and went towards the head of the strange beast that suddenly rushed out from the lake. Swish! The strange beast seemed to know the power of the yin and yang bronze rings. It dodged to the side and avoided the attack on its head. Then, its thick body directly hit the yin and yang bronze rings and wrapped around the blissful boy. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest beside the lake, saw clearly that the strange beast that rushed out from the lake was actually a flood dragon. This flood dragon was black with a layer of black light flowing on its scales. There were dragon horns on its head. If it had claws under its abdomen, it would simply be a black dragon. The yin and yang bronze rings hit the black flood dragon scales and made a clanging sound. It was like hitting a divine iron, and it couldn't hurt the flood dragon at all. The blissful boy was shocked. He withdrew the yin and yang bronze rings and wanted to retreat. This black flood dragon's body was extremely strong, and he couldn't let it get close to him. Chapter 801. Shua. The flood dragon emerged from the water and soared 1,000 zhang into the air. A bitter, baleful aura soared into the heavens, making one's heart palpitate. This was definitely a terrifying demonic beast. Who knew how many living beings it had slaughtered in order to form such a horrifying, baleful aura? When Li Mengyao saw this, her expression couldn't help but change. She didn't think that there would be such a flood dragon hiding in the lake. This flood dragon had probably already matured and was about to transform into a dragon. Roar! The black flood dragon roared, the mountains shook, the lake water swept up high into the sky, and the entire lake surface raised a huge wave. The five-colored celestial lotus was already in the center of the lake, breathing in and out spiritual energy, unmoving like a mountain. Such a mystical celestial lotus made Li Mengyao's eyes light up. This kind of mystical celestial lotus, if refined into a godly pellet, it might be able to help her break through the shackles of her current training. Even the boy of bliss, who was invincible in the mortal realm, was sent soaring into the sky by the black flood dragon, dodging it. The black flood dragon that broke out of the lake was about 300 to 400 zhang long, and its body was covered in a layer of black light, exuding an intense baleful aura. Damn it! The boy of bliss roared in anger and attacked with the yin and yang copper rings once again. The yang rings emitted a brilliant white light and gathered the chi of heaven and earth, turning into a divine halo that spun and slashed at the black flood dragon. The yin bracelet was filled with yin power. It raised a monstrous black aura and smashed down on the black flood dragon. The boy of bliss was a 9th heavenly layer saint, a peerless expert in the mortal world. He was only a step away from transforming his mortal body and becoming a true immortal. His strength was not to be underestimated. In the Tonglong continent, ever since the forces of the remote antiquity returned and the immortals and gods returned to the mortal world, the cultivation world had gradually been divided into two different levels of cultivators. Below the immortal gods were the mortal realm cultivators, and above the immortal gods were the heaven realm immortals. This was the difference between mortals and immortals. Even if a mortal realm cultivator was invincible in the mortal realm, it would still be difficult for him to match a heaven realm immortal god. The blissful boy also wanted this five-colored celestial lotus. If he refined it into a divine pill, he might be able to become an immortal in one step. He was determined to obtain the five-colored celestial lotus. Boy Blissful attacked with all his might. The power of yin and yang shook the void. The yang ring split the heaven and earth like a supreme divine weapon, slashing the black dragon. The yin hoop, however, was as heavy as a mountain as it smashed down on the black flood dragon's head. The power of yin and yang was actually used by him in such a way, displaying a different kind of power. Facing the blissful boy's attack, the black flood dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of cold air. Instantly, the cold wind howled and the blissful boy was frozen in an instant. The breath of cold air that the black flood dragon spat out caused the temperature of the world to plummet, and the surface of the lake instantly froze. Li Mengyao, who was standing on the big rock beside the lake, felt that the blood in her body was about to freeze. She couldn't help but be shocked. Without a second thought, she shot up into the sky and retreated into the distance. At that moment, the black flood dragon had already swung its tail and swept the yang ring away. The black flood dragon's scales were as hard as divine metal. This black flood dragon, Gu Fei, was also surprised to see this scene. This black flood dragon seemed to have developed its spiritual intelligence and was even more cunning and vicious than a human. In the battle with the blissful boy, this black flood dragon had actually hidden its strength. Now that it spat out a mouthful of cold air, it actually froze the heaven and earth. The cold air spread out in all directions, and with the lake as the center, the area within a radius of several li was instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. This black flood dragon definitely had the strength of a heaven rank or above. No wonder the blissful boy was instantly frozen into a block of ice by the black flood dragon's cold air. Human rank and heaven rank were two insurmountable levels of cultivation, and they could not be compared at all. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of a human rank cultivator being able to hunt down an immortal god in the sky. There were 5 realms in human rank and 5 realms in heaven rank. This black flood dragon should be a first or second heaven of a mortal god realm demon. At the periphery of this ancient mountain range, they had already met a flood dragon of first or second heaven of a mortal god realm. How many demons above the immortal god realm were there in this untainted primordial world? Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart as he thought about it. He felt uneasy. In this untainted primordial world, there might be some powerful demons of the demon clan. Roar! The black flood dragon that was leaping in the sky roared and swung its tail, smashing the blissful boy into pieces. The blissful boy who was trapped in the ice was instantly destroyed, his body and soul destroyed. Even the ring in the blissful boy's hand was shattered. An invincible mortal rank expert was killed in just 2 moves. This was the difference between a mortal and an immortal. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. The black flood dragon roared in a low voice. After killing the blissful boy, it fixed its eyes on Li Mingyao, who had retreated to the sky. It was about to chase after Li Mingyao. At this moment, Li Mingyao saw how powerful the black flood dragon was. She felt a chill run down her spine, and she was sweating profusely. If she had tried to pluck the 5-colored lotus, she would have ended up like the blissful boy. However, just as the black WIRM was about to charge forward to kill Li Mingyao, a bright light shot out from the forest beside the lake. Swoosh! The divine light flashed and disappeared into the void. The black flood dragon's movement suddenly stopped, as if someone had cast a spell on it and fixed it in the sky. Then, the black flood dragon's ferocious head fell to the ground. The flood dragon's blood spurted out and fell from the sky. The flood dragon's corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the frozen lake, cracking the surface of the lake. Li Mingyao was stunned by the scene in front of her. She was about to run away, but something unbelievable happened. That ferocious and terrifying flood dragon had actually been beheaded. Did a heaven rank cultivator make a move? There were 5 cultivation realms in the heaven rank, and the immortal god realm was the lowest among the 5 realms. To kill this flood dragon in a second, only an expert in the immortal god realm could do it. Li Mingyao was speechless for a long time. She stood in the sky blankly for a long time before she came back to her senses. She looked around, but there was no one, and she could not sense any human cultivator's aura. Who is the senior who saved me? I am very grateful. Could you please come out and meet me? Li Mingyao said loudly. However, no one came out. There was only her own echo in the surroundings. Swoosh! She rode on the sword light and rushed back from the sky, landing on the lake. The 5-colored celestial lotus in the lake was still absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual qi. The lake around the celestial lotus was not frozen. Li Mingyao shouted a few times, but no one responded. Finally, she walked towards the 5-colored celestial lotus and carefully plucked it. Chapter 802. The ancient desolate world was vast and boundless. It was a scene of desolate antiquity. Rumble! A huge mountain suddenly collapsed, and as the earth cracked, a giant tortoise the size of a mountain crawled out of the collapsed mountain. Gu Fei hid on a small mountain far away. When he saw this shocking scene, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The ancient desolate beast in front of him was truly terrifying. That gigantic tortoise had been in slumber for who knew how long. Its body was covered in mud and rocks, and there were even towering ancient trees growing on it. Roar! Just at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of this region. The mountains trembled, and an extremely terrifying baleful aura surged out from the depths of the mountain range. The tortoise suddenly sped up and charged into the depths of the mountain range. Following that, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the mountain range. The ancient desolate tortoise and the other ancient desolate beast began to fight. The terrifying aura of the ancient desolate beast caused all living beings to tremble. Even Gu Fei felt danger. The entire mountain range shook violently. In the depths of the mountain range, more and more mountains crumbled, causing dust to rise high into the sky. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Even the celestial realm immortal Shen King would be affected by this ancient desolate beast. He retreated, not daring to go any deeper. If he went any deeper, Even with the protection of the extreme Tao Saint tool, he would still be in danger. Only after retreating for 1,000 miles did Gu Fei no longer feel the terrifying aura of the two ancient, desolate beasts. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Gu Fei stopped on a cliff. Only now did he realize that he had made a grave mistake. He didn't have a map of the ancient, desolate world. The ancient, desolate powers would open the ancient, desolate world once every 10,000 years. They would enter this ancient world in search of fate, hoping to reach the heavens in a single step. Over the countless years, the ancient, desolate world had opened no less than 10 times. The various ancient, desolate powers definitely had a map of the ancient, desolate world. After hundreds of thousands of years, even though the various ancient, desolate clans had yet to fully understand the ancient, desolate world, they had still explored many places. Although the various factions of the ancient, desolate era had incomplete maps, it was still better than wandering blindly in this world. Damn Lu Yunhe, damn Zhou Haoyang. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. These two bastards definitely did it on purpose. Gu Fei recalled Lu Yunhe and Zhou Haoyang's sinister intentions. Right at that moment, an extremely faint smell of blood wafted into Gu Fei's nose. Gu Fei was already an immortal-level martial immortal. Thus, his senses were incredibly sensitive. On the path of martial arts, one's body was the foundation. Cultivating one's blood, qi, and fate. Unearthing the source of one's body. Every time one broke through a cultivation realm, Gu Fei's hearing, vision, smell, strength, all the abilities related to the martial body would improve. The smell of blood in the air was too faint. If it was an ordinary immortal, they probably wouldn't be able to smell it. However, Gu Fei could. The smell of blood came from the bottom of the cliff. Soon, Gu Fei identified the source of the smell of blood. Without hesitation, he directly jumped off the cliff. The cliff was thousands of feet high. Gu Fei was like a meteorite, falling from the sky. The ground rapidly approached Gu Fei, and the sound of wind whistled in his ears. Bam! Dust flew everywhere. The ground within a radius of thousands of feet exploded. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and the earth shook. Gu Fei directly withstood the powerful force of falling from thousands of feet high with his body. With his current martial body, it was enough to withstand a sacred weapon refined by an almighty. This degree of impact could no longer cause any impact to Gu Fei. He walked out of the pit and saw that the bottom of the cliff was filled with rocks and old vines. The smell of blood was even stronger. That is, at the bottom of the cliff, Gu Fei found a cave. The smell of blood came from the cave. The entrance of the cave was thousands of feet high and tens of feet wide. Countless vines were scattered around the cave entrance. Those vines seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon. Each vine was less than 3 feet long and scattered on the ground. Clearly, the cave entrance was originally blocked by countless vines, but it was still discovered by someone. Furthermore, the vines at the cave entrance were cleared away, and they entered the cave. Gu Fei came to the cave entrance and looked inside. It was pitch black inside. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he couldn't see the end. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He used his inner heavenly energy to isolate all the aura on his body. Then, he used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Only then did he enter the cave. The shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared around him. It could be said that this was already Gu Fei's strongest defense. Even if the celestial being Realm Immortal Shen King suddenly attacked him, he would be able to block the opponent's full strength. Walking in this ancient cave, although it was pitch black all around, Gu Fei's vision could see through the darkness. Everything around him was clear. As he walked deeper, Gu Fei gradually sensed an aura coming from the depths of the ancient cave. The smell of blood was so strong that it was pungent. The ancient cave was very dry. Apart from the outer several hundred feet, further in, there were traces of man-made excavation. Gu Fei discovered that the ancient cave extended underground. He estimated that he had already entered thousands of feet deep into the ground. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that there was a figure lying on the ground in front of him. The pungent smell of blood came from that person's body. When Gu Fei came closer, he discovered that it was a broken corpse. The surroundings of the corpse were splattered with bright red blood. The surrounding blood seemed to have not completely solidified. This person had definitely died less than 24 hours ago. There was danger in the cave. Gu Fei immediately swept his gaze towards the depths of the dark ancient cave. Vaguely, he seemed to see something flash and disappear. There really is something in the cave. Gu Fei sensed a very heavy aura of death quickly disappearing. This caused his heart to shiver. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, Gu Fei carefully looked at the broken corpse on the ground. He saw that the corpse's face was already covered in blood, and it was impossible to distinguish its appearance. Moreover, the top of the corpse's skull was split open. It seemed that something had forcibly lifted the top of the skull and sucked out the cultivator's brain. The corpse's clothes were tattered, but one could still vaguely see that it was a Taoist robe. This was because the clothes were soaked in blood, and there was a broken Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. In this cultivator's hand, there was still a broken sword. The sword light flickered, and the sword chi was sharp. There was no trace of blood on the sword. It was a divine weapon that killed without spilling blood. Chapter 803. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 divine rainbows flew over from the horizon, streaked across the void, and directly landed at the bottom of a cliff in the middle of the mountain. The vast sword chi was boundless between heaven and earth. 3 figures in Taoist robes descended from the sky and landed in front of a pitch-black cave under the cliff. The dazzling sword light quickly faded away. The leader was a white-haired old Taoist with fluttering sleeves. Behind him was a middle-aged Taoist with a black beard and a young Taoist with delicate features. Is this the place? The old man's eyes flashed and his body was surrounded by a faint divine light. He looked at the cave entrance and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, Grandmaster." The middle-aged Taoist answered respectfully, "This is the place where junior brother Yuqing sent the distress signal." The young Taoist said, "Let's go in and take a look." The old man said and walked into the cave ahead. The middle-aged Taoist and the young Taoist followed closely behind. Mysterious transformation realm, immortal king? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was in the cave, sensed 3 powerful auras appearing outside the cave. One of the auras even made him feel a great pressure. Only the auras of immortal kings and deity kings could make Gu Fei feel pressured. If the celestial realm immortal Shun King came, Gu Fei would have no choice but to retreat. Gu Fei could fight against mysterious transformation realm immortal kings and deity kings. But if the celestial realm immortal Shen King came, then there was no need for him to do anything. A celestial realm immortal could attract the power of heaven and earth and was like the embodiment of heaven and earth. Facing a celestial realm immortal was like facing the heaven and earth. Against such an existence, Gu Fei had no chance of winning. Even if he used the extreme path sacred weapon, it could be forcibly taken away by the other party's supreme power. At this time, the people outside the cave had already entered and were quickly moving towards the depths of the cave. Gu Fei decisively rushed into the depths of the cave. He did not want to face the 2 immortal gods and the immortal king outside, so he had to find a place to hide. Gu Fei had the power of the inner world to seal his body. It was as if he had jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer part of the 5 elements. It was as if he was no longer a person of this world. No one could sense his existence. Just as Gu Fei disappeared into the depths of Dongshui, a bright light shone from behind. A cold sword chi appeared in the middle of the cave, and a powerful aura surged in from the outside. 3 figures with dazzling sword lights all over their bodies quickly walked in from outside. This is the old man, the middle-aged Taoist priest, and the young Taoist priest noticed the broken corpse on the ground and listened beside the corpse. It's junior apprentice brother Yuqing. His sword? The young Taoist priest said in shock. He recognized the corpse on the ground. Preposterous. You actually dared to kill the people of my archaic Tao sect. You deserve to die. The old man said in a low voice. Archaic Tao sect? In the depths of the cave, Gu Fei was hidden in the darkness. When he heard the old Taoist priest's words, he could not help but be shocked. The people who had come were from the archaic Tao sect. The archaic Tao sect was like the Zhou clan of the ancients. They were both primordial powers that had existed for countless years. Moreover, the archaic Tao sect's history was even longer than the four great clans of the ancients. The archaic Tao sect was said to be the orthodoxy passed down by the invincible supreme Taoist ancestor of the primordial era. It was the most orthodox sect in the world. The old Taoist priest and the two immortal gods from the archaic Tao sect did not stay for long. The old man waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze blew past. The broken corpse on the ground turned to dust and disappeared into the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The old man and the two immortal gods released sword lights to cover their bodies and flew into the depths of Dong Shui without any concealment. The horrifying sword chi surged in the middle of the cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a ghost-like shadow that flashed and disappeared, as if it had been scared away. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king naturally had the arrogance of an immortal king. He had no scruples. The deeper Dong Shui went, the more spacious it became. After 3 sword lights flew past, he walked out of a dark corner and followed behind the people from the archaic Tao sect. He would not take the lead for those guys. It was better to let the immortal king and his 2 subordinates take the lead. Along the way, Gu Fei found no less than a dozen corpses that had died miserably. Some of the corpses were only left with a pool of blood. Some people seemed to have been dead for several days, and their corpses were smelly. Some people seemed to have been killed recently, and the blood on their corpses had yet to coagulate. Gu Fei realized that the people from the archaic Tao sect were not the only ones who had found this place. It seemed that there were others who had found this place as well. However, all of them had died without exception. They had been killed by some unknown ferocious creature. Gu Fei could not help but feel a little uneasy when he saw this scene. Then, white bones began to appear in the Dong Shui. At first, there were only a few, but later on, the ground was covered with white bones. Could it be that this Dong Shui leads to the core of the great desolation ancient world? Gu Fei was very shocked. The tragic aura coming from the front was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that countless creatures had entered this place before, but they had all died, and their bodies had all turned into white bones. Boom! He did not know how far underground he had gone. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the front. Then, an extremely tragic and murderous aura came from the front. It was as if a terrifying demon had been startled. Rumble. The entire underground world shook. Resplendent sword lights exploded from the front. An angry roar could be heard. The immortal king from the archaic Tao sect was fighting with something. The Dong Shui that was deep underground was extremely vast. It was a huge space. Moreover, the ground of this space was covered with white bones. Countless creatures had fallen here. There was definitely something extremely ferocious here. Otherwise, all the creatures that had intruded into this place wouldn't have been reduced to a ghastly pile of white bones. Gu Fei moved forward stealthily. Soon, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the immortal king from the archaic Tao sect was fighting with a monster that was more than 3 feet tall and covered with green skin. Not far away, there were 2 bloody corpses on the ground. Among the 3 of them, only the old Taoist was fighting with the monster. The young Taoist retreated to the side and watched the battle nervously. The middle-aged Taoist had disappeared. Needless to say, the 2 corpses on the ground were the middle-aged Taoist. The celestial king of the primordial Tao sect spat out a celestial king sword and slashed at the green monster. Sword chi soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sword light cut through the void as if it was indestructible. Swoosh! One of the green monster's arms was swept by the sword light of the celestial king's sword and immediately fell off. It had been cut off by the celestial king's sword. A dark green liquid gushed out from the monster's severed arm. The dark green liquid dripped on the ground, causing sizzling sounds. Black smoke rose up, and the ground was corroded by the black liquid. Although the green monster's murderous aura was strong and its strength was comparable to that of an immortal king, it was still a ferocious creature. How could it be a match for the immortal king from the archaic Tao sect? There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Chapter 804. Schwa. Wherever the sword light passed, the green monster's head fell off. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, and the corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud. The profound transformation realm immortal king from the primeval Tao sect killed the ferocious creature that was comparable to an immortal king with ease. The sword light returned to the old Taoist's body, and the old Taoist's body also emitted a dazzling sword light. He and the sword became one, and the old Taoist seemed to have turned into a human-shaped sword. The sword light on the old Taoist's body illuminated the entire cave. It was unknown how long this ancient cave had existed. The inside of the cave was pure white, and it was unknown how many creatures had died here. The evil monster, which was comparable to an immortal king, should not have been able to kill all the creatures that entered the cave. There were other terrifying existences in the cave. Gu Fei carefully hid behind a pile of white bones that was several feet high. He used the power of the inner world to seal his body. Even an immortal king of the profound transformation realm would not be able to detect his presence. It's a heavenly gate. How is this possible? On the ancient stone door on the wall ahead, there were two ancient words. The immortal king from the archaic Tao sect exclaimed. Even though he had lived for countless years, he could not help but be excited and could not calm down. All the powers of the ancient desolate era were desperately trying to enter the ancient desolate world. Why? Wasn't it to find a way to enter the heavenly realm? Grandmaster, is this true? Did we encounter fate? The young cultivator was also shocked. He could not believe what he had just heard. I don't know. The old Taoist quickly calmed down. As an existence of his level, what had he not seen? Even though there was an ancient heavenly gate in front of him, the old Taoist quickly regained his composure. After the old Taoist killed the evil green monster, a trace of black gas appeared in the huge cave. The temperature in the cave gradually dropped. What's going on? Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. The surrounding dark gray fog was seeping out from the ground. Strand by strand, like silk threads, it unexpectedly condensed in the void and did not dissipate. The inner world energy kept the black silk-like mist away from Gu Fei's body, not allowing the evil silks to get close to him. Those evil threads quietly wrapped around the young Taoist priest's right arm. The young Taoist priest, who was still in a daze, was completely unaware of it. Those evil threads seemed to have a life of their own as they silently entangled the old Taoist and the young Taoist who were standing in front of the stone gate. Be careful. As expected of an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm, the old Taoist instantly sensed the abnormality in his surroundings. Rays of divine light rushed out of his body and destroyed all the black threads that were entangling him. However, it was already too late. The young Taoist priest's cultivation couldn't be compared to the old Taoist priest's. Those evil threads directly penetrated the young Taoist priest's protective sword light and wrapped around his arm. A mournful scream resounded in the air. The young Taoist priest's right arm that was entangled by the black threads fell to the ground. The black threads instantly severed his arm from the shoulder. No blood splashed out from the wound. Instead, it seemed to be scorched and emitted black smoke. The black smoke directly drilled into the young Taoist priest's body. Master Ancestor, save me. The young Taoist priest was scared out of his wits. He endured the pain of losing his arm and staggered towards the old Taoist priest. In the blink of an eye, the young Taoist priest's face was shrouded by a layer of black qi. Those black threads seemed to have the evil power to devour the blood of cultivators. Even though he was far away, Gu Fei could already sense that the young Taoist priest's aura was rapidly weakening. Gu Fei couldn't help but be aghast. Moreover, he also discovered that the young Taoist priest's severed arm that fell to the ground was shrinking and shriveling. In the end, even the skin on the arm had melted away. The severed arm had turned into a skeleton. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. This was simply an ominous place. The evil threads seemed to have a life of their own as they entangled the young Taoist priest. Buzz! The immortal king's sword vibrated and a resplendent sword light flashed. The old Taoist priest made his move. He separated a sword light and wrapped it around the young Taoist priest. He couldn't just watch the young Taoist priest die like this. The attack of an immortal king was extraordinary. Countless evil threads shattered. The evil threads within 100 zhang radius were all blocked by the sword light and couldn't get close to the young Taoist priest. Master Ancestor, the young Taoist priest fell to the ground and uttered only 2 words. Then, the skin on his body dissipated in the void like ice and snow, and turned into white bones in an instant. Roar! The old Taoist priest roared towards the sky. The entire cave shook. He had underestimated the evil threads in the cave. These evil threads could even kill an immortal god in an instant. Gu Fei hid in the distance and couldn't help but be frightened when he saw this scene. He used the power of the inner world to seal the void around him, not daring to let a single evil thread approach him. The unlucky young Taoist priest only had one arm cut off by the evil threads. However, the evil power of the evil threads had turned him into a skeleton. At this time, Gu Fei finally understood why there were so many white bones in the cave, but not a single bloody body could be preserved. The evil power here could actually corrode the blood of living beings. Even the blood of an immortal god could be corroded in an instant. Those who could find this place were definitely not ordinary people. The white bones on the ground were mostly sparkling like divine jade. They were not ordinary bones, but the bones of gods. One could imagine that all the immortals who entered here had fallen. Gu Fei realized that the evil threads that were everywhere in the cave seemed to be able to sense the aura of cultivators. They only gathered towards the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect and didn't fly towards him. Perhaps it was because the power of the inner world had isolated his aura, so the evil threads couldn't sense his existence. Gu Fei's thoughts raced. When he thought of this, he didn't dare to act rashly. There was definitely a vicious creature hiding in the cave. He didn't dare to be careless. The vicious creature hiding in the cave seemed to be able to control the black evil threads that were everywhere in the cave. The Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect seemed to have noticed this as well. He immediately made his move and slashed the ground with his celestial king sword. Shwa! The countless white bones on the ground instantly turned to dust under the sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, a crack that was hundreds of feet long appeared on the ground. The entire cave was shaken by the mighty sword chi of the celestial king's sword. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. Roar! 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 Several terrifying roars sounded from the ground. Then, a grayish-black evil aura surged out from the ground and 3 terrifying figures appeared in the cave. Gu Fei looked at this scene in shock. He was shocked to find that the 3 terrifying figures didn't have any aura of life, nor did they have any physical bodies. They were faint and illusory shadows. There were also no soul fluctuations. They weren't even spirits or malicious ghosts. What are these things? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This was an unknown type of terrifying evil creature. A bitter killing intent emanated from the illusory figures, causing one's heart to palpitate. Countless black evil threads rushed out from the 3 illusory figures and entangled the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect. The 3 evil creatures didn't seem to sense Gu Fei's existence and didn't attack Gu Fei. Demons? When the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect saw the 3 figures, he couldn't help but be shocked. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Even the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect was afraid of these 3 evil creatures. What kind of existences were they? Swoosh! The old Taoist priest directly attacked. The celestial king's sword swept out hundreds of feet, breaking through the layers of evil threads and slashing towards the 3 terrifying figures shrouded in black mist. The 3 figures floated forward silently, ignoring the old Taoist priest's celestial king's sword and surrounding him. Swoosh! The sword light cut through the void and directly slashed the 3 illusory figures, splitting them into 6 pieces in an instant. However, the old Taoist priest wasn't happy at all. Instead, his expression became even more serious. The celestial king's sword danced, and the old Taoist priest smashed the 3 figures coming towards him into pieces. Then, he spat out a mouthful of divine fire of the immortal path, burning the black threads into green smoke that dissipated into the void. Did you destroy those things? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was some powerful evil creatures, but it seemed like they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect was extremely powerful. He was definitely an expert among the Taoist priests. When he made a move, he unexpectedly dispersed the evil threads that were everywhere in the cave. The old Taoist priest seemed a little nervous. After refining countless black threads with a mouthful of immortal flame, he immediately walked to the stone door in front of the stone wall. Bang! He directly pushed his palm forward, and an endless amount of magic power surged forward, colliding with the ancient stone door on the stone wall. A shocking scene appeared. When the vast Dharma power hit the ancient stone door on the stone wall, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was continuously swallowed by the stone door. The palm of the Taoist priest was enough to turn a mountain into ashes, but now it couldn't even shake the stone door. It was really shocking. Was this really a heavenly door that couldn't be opened? The old Taoist priest repeatedly urged his Dharma power and pressed it against the stone door. He wanted to open the stone door on the stone wall and enter the legendary heaven realm. Of course, no one knew whether the heaven realm was behind the stone door. At this time, traces of gray and black evil chi silently floated out of the cracks on the ground. 3 illusory and terrifying figures that emitted soaring evil chi appeared in the evil fog again and silently floated towards the old Taoist priest in front of the stone wall. Chapter 805. Inside the cave, the 3 illusory figures that had been killed by the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect reappeared and silently floated towards the old immortal king. There were no soul fluctuations, not even energy fluctuations. There was only a towering killing intent. These 3 terrifying figures seemed to be condensed from endless killing intent. The 3 demons were only in human form, but they were blurry. It was impossible to distinguish their facial features. It was as if they could be blown away by a gust of wind at any time. Damn it! The old immortal king's hand was about to press on the ancient stone door on the stone wall, but he had no choice but to pull it back. These 3 so-called demons caused the old immortal king to be a little afraid. Swoosh! A sword light broke through the air. The immortal king's sword rushed out of the old immortal king's body like a golden dragon. It soared forward and killed the 3 floating figures. The entire cave was illuminated by the sword light, and the sword chi was vast. The cave shook and dust fell down. However, this time, the old immortal king's unparalleled sword light could not destroy the 3 figures. Even if the 3 figures were cut in half, they would instantly recover. These 3 evil beings were like demons. They had no consciousness, but they were extremely terrifying. They could instinctively float towards cultivators. As long as they were possessed by the demons, even an immortal god would be instantly devoured and turned into a skeleton. The demons could instinctively devour and absorb energy. Swoosh! The sword light was like a dragon. It circled and danced, destroying the 3 demons. However, the next moment, the black fog surged and the evil aura surged. 3 terrifying figures once again appeared from the black fog. The 3 demons silently pounced towards the old immortal king. Above their illusory figures, there were evil threads that were difficult to see with the naked eye. They entangled the old immortal king. This was an instinctive attack. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect couldn't help but frown. These things were too difficult to deal with, but he didn't want to retreat. After all, this place might be a place that leads to the heavens. All the ancient, desolate forces entered this primordial world for the sake of finding the path to the heavens. Gu Fei hid behind a mountain of bones in the distance, watching the scene quietly. He couldn't calm down. Even an immortal king couldn't kill those 3 devils. If he had to face them, he would definitely be in danger. He sealed his body with the power of heaven and earth, not daring to let even a hint of his aura leak out. The 3 demons were like demonic mist. It was unknown how many times they had been slashed apart by the old celestial king's divine sword. However, they would condense again every time. It would be destroyed as soon as it was cut, but it would be reborn as soon as it was destroyed. The 3 demons had already forced the old immortal king to retreat from the stone wall. The old immortal king's divine sword shook the void and split the heaven and earth. The three demons could not get close. However, the three demons didn't know what fear was. Without any scruples, they continued to float towards the old immortal king. As long as they pounced on him, even the old immortal king would not be able to escape. His entire body's essence, chi, and soul would be devoured. These demons formed from endless demonic chi, although they had no consciousness and only moved by instinct, seemed to be able to devour all energy. The old immortal king's sword light gradually dimmed. The power of the sword energy was being sucked away and then integrated into the black mist. The power of the demons was increasing, but the power of the old immortal king was gradually declining. Even the old immortal king felt that it was gradually difficult to resist. The sword energy of his true body was constantly being sucked out and dissipated in the void. An hour passed. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect used all kinds of methods. He even wanted to use his own pure yang sword energy to refine the three demons. However, no matter what method the old immortal king used, even if he didn't hesitate to release the pure yang true fire that could burn the sky and boil the sea, the result was the same. The three demons were indestructible and could not be refined. Good. I'll go borrow a pure yang treasure and then refine these things that simply cannot exist in this world. In the end, the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect wanted to leave. He used the sword light to protect his body and turned into a dazzling divine rainbow. He shot up into the sky and flew back the way he came. The three experts of the archaic Tao sect, the middle-aged Taoist and the young Taoist, had all fallen in the cave and turned into white bones. Only the old immortal king could contend against the demons. However, at this time, even the old immortal king had no choice but to retreat. However, just as the old immortal king rode the sword light to destroy the endless evil threads and wanted to rush out, a black gust of wind appeared out of nowhere in the cave. The black wind swept up countless skeletons and swept towards the old immortal king. It was as if there were tens of thousands of black dragons flying, shaking the entire cave. Without thinking, Gu Fei directly rushed out from the darkness because he couldn't stay any longer. The ancient black wind had filled the entire cave, and within it, there was an unfathomable evil power. He felt that the power of heaven and earth that enveloped his body had been affected. The evil power contained in the black wind seemed to be able to disturb the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. He felt great danger, and all the pores on his body were about to explode. If he didn't leave now, his life might be in danger. Swoosh! He used the 8 desolate steps, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the entrance of the cave. His current position was not far from the entrance of the cave. It was a black storm that could even make a celestial realm peerless immortal emperor turn pale. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect had never thought that there would be someone hiding nearby. Seeing Gu Fei rush out, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the next moment, the black wind swallowed the old immortal king. Roar! The old immortal king roared again and again, and the entire cave seemed like it was about to collapse. Even the ancient stone door on the stone wall trembled slightly, and there was a Tao rhyme lingering on the stone door. The black storm seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Gu Fei escaped from the cave, and he was shocked to feel that terrifying destructive aura. If not for the power of heaven and earth isolating everything and blocking the black wind outside, even his immortal god martial body would have been torn apart. The wind howled angrily, and the 3 devils were swallowed by the storm. Gu Fei didn't go far, because the storm didn't blow out of the cave. It was only wreaking havoc inside the cave. He looked inside from the entrance of the cave and saw a terrifying scene. Inside the black wind, there seemed to be countless figures faintly discernible, and there were also countless divine weapons and magic treasures attacking. Anything that stood in the way of the storm was destroyed. Inside the black storm, the old immortal king screamed in fear. He seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and he was desperately trying to break out of the black storm. However, very quickly, the old immortal king's voice weakened, and in the end, the golden sword light collapsed in the black storm. An immortal king had fallen. That's Chapter 806. This ancient cave is definitely an extremely dangerous place. It can even give birth to demons that can kill immortals and gods, as well as terrifying existences that can kill mysterious transformation realm immortal kings. The cave that went deep into the ground was very large, with a radius of several miles. White bones covered the ground, and qi filled the air. It was an ominous place. On the opposite stone wall, there was an ancient stone door. The stone door was not big, only about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Even if the stone door was wide open, it could barely allow 2 people to walk in side by side. The stone door was very ordinary, but it was very old. The patterns on it were something that Gu Fei had never seen before. There were 2 ancient divine characters on the stone door. Gu Fei had never seen these divine characters before. Even the oldest books on the Tonglong continent did not have these divine characters. This was a language used by the people of the Antiquity Age, and it had long disappeared in the ruthless passage of time. However, the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect recognized the 2 ancient divine characters on the door. Perhaps only the super antiques of the Antiquity Age could recognize these incomparably ancient divine characters. Heavenly Gate. These were 2 words that could make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. And in such an ancient cave, there was actually a heavenly gate. The heavenly gate was the path to heaven. There was an ancient legend among the Antiquity Age that by opening the heavenly gate, one could ascend to heaven in 1 step. It was a supreme treasure that was refined by the extreme experts of the Antiquity Age in order to connect the 2 realms of heaven and man. Now that immortals and mortals were separated forever, the only way to enter the heavenly realm was to find the legendary heavenly gate, open it, and ascend to heaven in 1 step. Heavenly gate, heavenly realm. Gu Fei stood at the entrance of the cave, quietly looking at the stone door on the stone wall several miles away. He also had an incomparable yearning for the world of the strong. The black storm that was raging in the cave calmed down. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect had fallen. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. That was an immortal king, yet he actually died here. Gu Fei truly didn't dare to believe it. Gu Fei sensed the presence of an evil energy in the cave. The broken ground was repairing itself. Everything in the cave that had been destroyed was quickly restored to its original state. The only difference was that there were now 3 sets of bones on the ground. An unfathomable power had sealed this cave, and even an immortal king would find it hard to cause any damage to it. All of this was too strange, and it caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. An immortal king perished, his soul scattered, all of his blood and flesh devoured. Even his soul was treated as a snack by that terrifying unknown existence. The evil creatures in the cave could devour all kinds of energy. If it wasn't for the heaven and earth energy in Gu Fei's body isolating his aura, he would have no choice but to hide in the hell realm. In the end, Gu Fei felt that he couldn't take the risk. He thought of a way. He wanted to reveal the existence of the ancient cave to the world. Isn't the Zhou clan, the Guangxing immortal sect, and even all the ancient desolation factions looking for the destiny of heaven? Humph. As Gu Fei thought of this, he directly retreated the way he came. He wanted to borrow the hands of others to open the heaven gate. He finally knew why the corpse in the cave was so broken. The green monster that was killed by the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect was not to be trifled with. Soon, Gu Fei rushed out of the ancient cave at the bottom of the cliff. A few days later, a piece of news that caused countless people to go crazy quietly spread in the ancient desolation world. Whoosh! A white-haired old man directly broke through the void and appeared above the cliff where the ancient cave was located. Then, with a flash, he rushed down and disappeared at the entrance of the ancient cave. Roar! Very soon, a muffled roar came from the ground. Not long after, the old man who had rushed into the ancient cave rushed out in an extremely sorry state. Whoosh! The old man rushed up into the sky. Half of his white hair seemed to have been burned off. His clothes were in tatters, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was a shocking sight to see. Rumble! A huge, pitch-black hand reached out from the ancient cave and shrouded the old man high in the sky, trying to grab the old man. The big hand emitted an unprecedentedly powerful killing intent. The cliff above the ancient cave was instantly shaken by the vast power of the big hand, and the dust floated in the void. The entrance of the ancient cave was completely exposed. It was a pitch-black cave diagonally downward. Humph! The old man sneered. He was extremely powerful, and the magic power in his hands was vast. He directly tore through the void and entered the void. Bang! The pitch-black hand smashed into the void, shattering the space. However, the old man had already disappeared. A figure stood on a mountain peak in the distance. He had seen everything that had happened. Even a celestial was defeated? Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak, extremely shocked. He knew that the old man who just entered the ancient cave was a super expert. In the past few days, Gu Fei had revealed the matter of the ancient cave and the heavenly sect. As expected, all the major ancient powers went crazy. These powers kept sending experts to investigate the ancient cave. Before the old man, 3 groups of people had entered the ancient cave. However, there was no news of those who entered the ancient cave, and they never came out again. It was obvious that those who entered the ancient cave had become one of the countless skeletons in the underground cave. That old man was the only one who managed to escape in the past 2 days. He was a celestial, and he had supreme magic power and magic power. Even an existence like the celestial being was forced into such a sorry state that he had no choice but to retreat. One could only imagine how terrifying the ferocious creature in the underground cave was. In the next few days, Gu Fei appeared around the ancient cave. Gradually, other figures appeared in the area around the ancient cave. Rumble. One evening, a golden chariot appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient mountain crushing down from the void. Its powerful aura was not concealed at all. Terrifying waves spread out from the golden chariot. It arrived above the mountains, and the powerful pressure caused everything within a few hundred miles to quieten down. It was like a peerless Shin King patrolling the sky. Countless birds and beasts were shocked. On top of the golden chariot, one could vaguely see a terrifying figure. A real expert had appeared. All the cultivators in the mountains were indescribably shocked. On top of the chariot was a huge flag with a jiang embroidered on it, fluttering in the wind. It's an expert from the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. The golden chariot emitted a golden light. The person on top of the chariot was definitely a terrifying celestial. Roar. Chapter 807. The area where the Heavenly Gates underground cave was located was just a corner of the land. In this part of the untainted antiquity world, it was just a drop in the ocean. After the news spread, all the forces that entered the untainted antiquity world were alarmed. No one could remain calm when the legendary Heavenly Gate had appeared. All the cultivators who heard the news rushed to the area where the underground cave was located. At this moment, the one who was most displeased was Zhang Fan, a celestial from the Jiang clan of the ancients. Both the Holy Land and the clan of the ancients had appeared. He knew that it would be difficult for the Jiang clan to monopolize the Heavenly Gate. The golden chariot of the Jiang clan rolled through the sky like a huge mountain. Its powerful aura was like that of a peerless Shin King inspecting his territory, causing the sky to tremble. Of course, the news of the Heavenly Gate had been deliberately leaked by Gu Fei. This area was actually the territory of the Jiang clan in the untainted antiquity world. He found someone from the Jiang clan and sold the news to them at the price of a 10,000-year-old divine tree. As a result, there was no need for Gu Fei to worry about what would happen next. Moreover, it was not something he could control. The old man who had rushed into the cave and survived was none other than one of the Devis of the Jiang clan. After receiving confirmation, the Jiang clan began to gather people and rush to the cave. The golden chariot stopped in the sky, suppressing all directions. However, in another direction, a middle-aged man who looked like a wild beast was madly rushing through the void. Guangzhou, what is the meaning of this? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Jiang clan? Are you trying to start a war between the Jiang clan and the Zhou clan? A loud shout came from the golden chariot. The entire world trembled along with this shout. This was the might of a celestial. With a wave of his hand, He could summon the power of heaven and earth. Oomph! The middle-aged man approached and sneered. He stopped in the sky and confronted the person in the golden chariot. Jiang Fan, others might be afraid of you, but I, Kuang Zhou, am not. The news of the Heavenly Gate's appearance cannot be concealed. Your Jiang clan wants to monopolize it? That won't do. The middle-aged man's voice was like a great bell, shaking the mountains. Swoosh! At this moment, the void above suddenly shattered, and a door appeared high up in the sky. Then, a dozen figures walked out from the door. Domain door? Jiang Fan, who was on the golden chariot, and Zhou Kuang, who was standing in the air, frowned. Someone from the ancient desolate had arrived. More than a dozen people walked out of the domain door. They were all wearing Taoist robes. Their clothes were very old, and each of them was surrounded by immortal qi. They were standing on auspicious clouds, as if they were true immortals who had descended from the 9 heavens. Someone from the archaic Tao sect? Jiang Fan and Zhou Kuang couldn't help but be moved. Now that the people from the archaic Tao sect had arrived, it would be impossible for the Jiang clan to monopolize the Heavenly Gate. Rumble. At that instant, more than 10 bronze chariots appeared from behind Jiang Fan. Each chariot had a powerful figure standing on it. Let's join forces and quickly break open the Heavenly Gate and open the path to immortality. What do you think? A middle-aged Taoist from the archaic Tao sect came to Jiang Fan and Zhou Kuang and said calmly. The archaic Tao sect had directly opened the domain door to come here. The disappearance of the Heavenly Gate had quickly reached the ears of the ancient desolate powers, but no one had expected it. Bang! At this time, the blue dome of heaven shook and the void suddenly collapsed. A dozen ethereal and elegant women walked out from the collapsed void. Each one of them was beautiful and out of this world, simply like fairies descending to the mortal world. The fairies from the Yaodai ancient sacred ground have also arrived. How troublesome! The experts in the sky couldn't help but frown. Now that the 3 clans had become 4, none of the ancient desolate powers could monopolize the Heavenly Gate. Soon, the people of the 4 ancient desolate clans came to an agreement and set up a sky-ceiling formation within 100 miles of the cave. Rumble. 9 stone pillars shot out from the ground in all directions. The stone pillars were engraved with ancient runes, and at the center of the 9 stone pillars was where the cave was located. The sky-ceiling formation began to operate. The 9 stone pillars drew upon the power of heaven and earth, moving mountains and draining seas, and isolating the void. The area within a 100-mile radius was practically locked out of the ancient desolate world. All other cultivators within a 100-mile radius were expelled. Only those from the archaic Tao sect, the Jiang clan, the Zhou clan, and the Yaodai ancient sacred ground could enter. The Jiang clan, the archaic Tao sect, the Zhou clan, and the Yaodai ancient sacred ground were the first to receive the news. The other powers received the news later. By the time they arrived, they were blocked outside by the sky-ceiling formation, unable to enter. Soon, the Zhao clan and the Li clan arrived as well. The Zhao clan and the Li clan were both ancient desolate clans. A celestial from the Zhao clan directly moved to break the sky-ceiling formation. However, the sky-ceiling formation was a peerless formation jointly set up by 4 celestials from the Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, the archaic Tao sect, and the Yaodai ancient sacred ground. Once it was activated, it could connect with heaven and earth, drawing an endless power. Perhaps only an almighty expert could break it. Damn it! This is too much. How can this be? The various ancient desolate powers arrived one after another. Seeing the scene unfolding before them, they couldn't help but feel shocked and angry. Some of them couldn't help but roar. Go ask an almighty expert to come and uphold justice. Someone shouted. Others immediately turned and left to invite experts. To be able to pass down their legacies for so many years, each ancient desolate power had endless resources. Some ancient desolate powers were said to be guarded by almighty experts. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak. Soon, he noticed He Tian, Little Qing, and Balan. Gu Fei transmitted a message to Little Qing and the others, who immediately rushed over to meet up with Gu Fei. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from within the sky-ceiling formation, shaking the earth. At that moment, the ground caved in, indicating that a celestial was making a move. A divine pagoda made of 5-colored divine essence descended from the sky, releasing dazzling rays of light. The boundless divine light directly broke through the earth, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Something's wrong. Outside the sky-ceiling formation, a dozen disciples from the Zhao clan of the ancients had strange expressions on their faces. Could it be that the people inside have started? How despicable. They actually want to monopolize the sky-ceiling formation? At that moment, within the sky-ceiling formation, for almighty experts from the Jiang clan, the Zhou clan, the archaic Dao sect, and the Yaodai ancient sacred ground stood high up in the sky. Jiang Fan, a celestial from the Jiang clan, activated the 5-colored divine pagoda and broke through the earth. Soon, a huge cave appeared in front of everyone. The cave was about 10,000 feet deep into the ground, and there was an endless amount of evil energy lingering around it. Roar! Roar echoed out without any warning. The cave had been opened, and the evil existence lurking in the cave was alerted. The mountains shook, and the entire heaven-sealing grand spell formation trembled. Everyone's expressions changed. The grayish-black evil fog rose up from the ground, enveloping the entire cave. Within the fog, there were some invisible evil silks, following the evil beasts in all directions. Chapter 808. Rumble. The 5-colored divine pagoda above the cave emitted a heaven-devouring power. It wanted to suck the evil mist into the divine pagoda and refine it with the 5-elemental divine fire. This divine pagoda was refined by Jiang Fan using the 5-colored divine jade. It was his celestial weapon and could collapse mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. It was extremely powerful. The evil mist that was constantly leaking out of the cave was attracted by the divine pagoda's heaven-devouring power. Then, it converged on the divine pagoda in the sky and entered it. Jiang Fan descended from the sky and landed on the top of the divine pagoda. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his divine power to refine the dark gray evil mist that had entered the divine pagoda. The celestials of the other 3 factions watched this scene nervously. No one made a move. It really is the heavenly door. The legendary heavenly door has appeared. Heavenly realm. Our roots are there. The primordial Dao sect, Yaodai ancient sacred land, and Zhou clan's Zhou Kuang looked through the void and the evil mist. Soon, they found the ancient stone door on the cave's wall. The stone door was simple and unadorned. It was engraved with ancient patterns. It was impossible to tell how long it had existed. Some people couldn't help but want to rush forward, but they were stopped by the celestial realm immortal Shen King. Even a celestial realm immortal emperor felt danger, let alone the other cultivators. A mysterious aura emanated from the cave, and a powerful evil energy was slowly condensing. A grayish-black fog rushed up to the sky and spread out in all directions. Not good. There's something strange under the ground. Those from the primordial Dao sect, the Yaodai ancient Holy Land, the desolate Jiang family, and the desolate Zhou family all had shocked expressions on their faces. All of them could feel that the evil energy was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, it surged like an ocean. At this time, the people guarding outside the sky-ceiling grand formation also felt the change. Their faces changed and they shouted, "You bastards! Open the formation and let us in." The people inside the heaven-sealing grand formation already knew that the situation was bad. A few people who were infected by the evil mist suddenly shrank and turned into white bones in an instant, falling from the sky. Those people's energy, spirit, and even their blood were instantly devoured. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even understand what was going on. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone quickly retreated. Their bodies turned into divine rainbows as they retreated into the distance. Without a sound, 3 blurry figures floated out of the black mist and flew toward the 3 celestial beings in the sky. There was no fluctuation of energy, no trace of soul aura, only a sky-piercing murderous aura. Those 3 figures were very strange, but also incomparably terrifying. "Een demon, it's a Een demon," cried the diviner from the primeval Dao sect. Legend had it that these things were evil objects formed from the evil thoughts of countless living beings that had fallen. They weren't demons, but they were even more terrifying. Demons could devour the energy of living beings to strengthen themselves, and they had unlimited space to grow. It could be said that if the demon devoured enough energy and fully matured, even an extreme expert would have to retreat. Let's go. The three Devis rushed out of the evil mist, and even Zhang Fan used the five-colored divine pagoda to fly up into the sky and back away. However, at this time, Zhang Fan was shocked to find that the evil mist that had been devoured by the five-colored divine pagoda was difficult to refine. Within the evil mist were countless threads that were corroding the five-colored divine pagoda. The divine light of the pagoda began to dim. Black fiend threads? Zhang Fan was shocked. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake. There were black fiend threads hidden within the evil mist. These black fiend threads came from the demon and were condensed from the evil power of the demon. They didn't have a physical body, and anyone who was entangled by these black fiend threads would be instantly devoured by the evil power of the black fiend threads. Even their blood would be sucked dry. These black fiend threads could corrode anything in the world. Only a few pure young treasures in the world could dispel these black fiend threads. Divine weapons refined by diviners would find it difficult to erase these black fiend threads. After the appearance of the demon, the evil mist quickly spread out, covering the sky and covering the earth. A few cultivators who hadn't been able to escape in time immediately disappeared into the evil mist. Boom! At this moment, there was a huge tremor that shook heaven and earth. Terrifying waves of magic power erupted like 100,000 volcanoes at the same time. The sky and earth were on the verge of collapsing. High up in the sky, 6 balls of fiery divine light appeared, as if 6 suns had suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the purest yang was vast, and the evil mist that had been rising from the ground immediately dissipated like snow under the illumination of the 6 balls of divine light. A pure yang treasure, the divine fire mirror of 6 yang? Zhang Fan almost exclaimed when he saw this. The 6 balls of pure yang flames were fixed in the sky, and endless heat poured down, melting the rocks on the ground. Even though they had retreated far away, everyone still felt like their bodies were enveloped in flames, as if they were about to burn. Zhou Kuang of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity stared at the 6 balls of divine fire in the sky and murmured, "A pure young treasure refined by a supreme being." The leader of the Yaodai ancient sacred lands divine maiden exclaimed, "The heaven terminus of the archaic Tao sect actually brought this treasure here." A supreme treasure refined by a supreme being was known as a half-saint artifact. It was the most powerful magic treasure below the extreme saint artifact and possessed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. High up in the sky, a middle-aged Taoist held an ancient bronze mirror in his hand and shone it down at the cave below. 6 balls of divine fire rushed out of the mirror and fixed themselves in the sky. The endless evil mist dissipated one after another. Even the demons within the evil mist seemed to be afraid of the pure yang aura descending from the sky and actually retreated back into the cave. How could there be such an impossible thing here? Everyone's faces were ashen and extremely unsightly. It was hard to believe that there was such a terrifying evil being near the heavenly gate. They hadn't even gotten close to the heavenly gate, but they had already lost a few cultivators. This was not a good sign. Rumble, the heaven terminus of the archaic Tao sect, circulated his magic power and activated the divine fire mirror of 6 yang in his hand. 6 balls of divine light that were as dazzling as the sun emitted endless pure yang energy, pressing down from the sky. Finally, the 6 balls of pure yang energy condensed into a divine light above the cave, suppressing the evil aura within. After that, the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity, the Jiang clan of the Zhou clan, the archaic Tao sect, the Yaodai ancient sacred land, and the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity discussed for a while and decided to join forces to open the heavenly gate first. The sky ceiling formation could stop celestials, but it couldn't stop supreme beings. If they were too late and supreme beings arrived, then they wouldn't be able to enter the heaven realm before the other ancient powers. We must open the heavenly gate first. Chapter 809. The power of the ancient barons was so deep that no one could imagine it. A power that could survive in the far ancient era was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that some of the ancient sacred lands and clan of the ancient barons were overseeing things. The sky-ceiling formation set up by the four celestials of the four ancient desolate factions could only block celestial beings Celestial Emperor and Celestial Emperor, but it couldn't block almighty beings stronger than Celestial Emperors and Celestial Emperors. Tianji of the far ancient Taoist sect used the divine fire mirror of Six Yang to suppress the yin energy in the cave. Then, the people of the ancient barons made their move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of magical treasures and divine weapons radiated brilliance, bombarding the heaven gate on the stone wall below, causing violent energy waves to erupt. However, to everyone's surprise, the stone door on the wall did not budge at all. Furthermore, the ancient patterns on the stone door gradually became brighter. The patterns are wriggling. Zhang Fan, who was in the celestial realm, noticed the subtle changes on the stone door. At that moment, all the cultivators were shocked. The stone door that was under attack started to change. The ancient patterns on the stone door started to move, and new patterns started to appear on the closed stone door. Bang! A huge golden hand reached down from the sky and directly pushed towards the stone door on the cave wall. Boundless magic power dispelled the evil qi, and the vast energy rippled out, causing the entire cave to shake. Zhang Fan made his move. He was at the peak of the Deva realm, and yet, the stone door didn't budge at all. Zhang Fan was at the peak of the Deva being realm, and yet, the stone door didn't budge. The ancient patterns on the stone door began to flow with the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were densely packed and covered the entire stone door, as if they were engraved with unknown runes. It seemed mysterious. Its absorbing power. Zhang Fan watched as the golden hand he had conjured with his supreme dermic powers dimmed rapidly. Zhang Fan was incomparably shocked, and the other Devas were dumbfounded. Even Devas couldn't open the stone door. Did they really have to ask for help from almighty experts? The people of the archaic Tao sect, the Zhou clan of the primordial era, and the goddess of the Yaodai ancient sacred land tried to break the stone door several times, but they all failed. Moreover, the stone gate was devouring everyone's magic power. The ancient patterns on the stone gate began to shoot out rays of divine light from time to time, piercing through the void. The unlucky ones couldn't dodge in time and were pierced by the divine light that shot out from the stone gate. The Jiang family of the desolate antiquity lost 2 of their ancient bronze chariots. A few disciples of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had fallen. The fairies of the Jadistige ancient Holy Land also lost their colors at this time. Although the people from the archaic Tao sect were in a sorry state, none of them had died. The ancient patterns on the stone door possessed a strange and unfathomable power. After absorbing everyone's magic power, they became even more extraordinary. Ancient patterns appeared on the stone door. There were birds and beasts in the pictures, and there were even scenes of humans from the primordial era fighting against powerful creatures. Scenes of the desolate antiquity world appeared on the stone door. Divine phoenixes soared in the 9 heavens, and true dragons soared between the heaven and earth. It was like a primordial painting was being presented. An ancient aura that seemed to come from the primordial era spread out from the stone door. We have to ask for almighty experts. We can't open the heavenly door on our own. We can only wait for the almighty experts to come. But we don't know how many almighty experts will come when the time comes. The divine fire mirror of Six Yang was still fixed in the sky, suppressing the surging yin energy in the cave. The 4 Devas were talking in low voices. In the middle of the yin energy in the cave, 3 blurry figures could be seen. 3 yin demons were pacing back and forth in the cave, as if they could rush out at any time. The experts of the 4 desolate factions stood high up in the sky, their expressions ugly. The heaven gate was actually so evil, they could only wait for reinforcements to arrive. Tianji of the archaic Tao sect, Jiang Fan of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity, Zhou Kuang of the Zhou family, and Li Shuiyu of the Yaodai ancient Holy Land all used secret techniques to send the news back. Everyone was moved by the appearance of the heavenly door. Even the almighty experts would go crazy. It was easy to imagine that after receiving the news, the experts of the four ancient powers would definitely come out. Swish, 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 swish. Outside the heavenly ceiling formation, the sound of air being torn could be heard. Divine rainbows kept appearing in the sky. After the news was leaked, more cultivators arrived one after another. However, when these people saw the heavenly ceiling formation in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Someone had actually set up a heavenly ceiling formation to block countless cultivators outside. Some people couldn't help but curse. The people of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity, the Zhou family, the archaic Dao sect, and the Yaodai ancient Holy Land were too much. They actually wanted to monopolize the heavenly door. Some of the people of the Jiang family arrived, but they were immediately chased away by people who recognized them. The people of the four ancient powers inside the heavenly ceiling formation had become the target of public criticism. Chapter 8:10. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei turned around and left. The arrival of an almighty was not just an ordinary almighty. Gu Fei decisively retreated. The figure did not emit monstrous dermic power fluctuations, nor did he release a powerful aura. However, he stepped on a five-colored radiance as he approached from afar. Everyone outside the heaven-sealing grand spell formation was awed. Even the high and mighty celestials had to lower their proud heads. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people quietly retreated like Gu Fei. However, the majority of the people stayed. Every time the figure took a step, a five-colored radiance appeared under his feet. However, this person looked like an ordinary person. There was nothing dazzling about him. Soon, the figure arrived outside the heavenly seal formation. When he saw that someone had set up an ancient heavenly seal formation to block everyone outside, he could not help but frown. The person who came was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He wore clothes that had been washed so many times that they had turned white. His hair was simply tied up with a rag, and he wore a pair of gray cloth shoes. Even if he walked on the street, no one would give him a second glance. But now, this ordinary person had become the only one in the world. He stood high in the sky and casually waved his sleeves. A stone pillar in front of him that exuded the aura of the great Tao and had countless ancient runes on it silently turned into dust. Instantly, an opening appeared in the ancient heaven ceiling array. In the void, countless runic inscriptions collapsed and disappeared. The entire ancient heaven ceiling array was almost destroyed just like that. Swoosh! The middle-aged man strode through the air and entered the sky ceiling great formation. Then, the entire sky ceiling great formation collapsed. The remaining 8 stone pillars on the ground turned into dust and drifted away. The heavenly seal formation had been broken. The ancient heavenly seal formation could stop celestial beings like the Celestial Emperor and Shun King. However, in front of an almighty, it could not withstand a single blow. Under an almighty, everyone was an ant. After the heavenly seal formation was broken by the middle-aged man, an evil aura immediately spread out from the heavenly seal formation. Rumble. In the distance, there were 6 divine flames that looked like 6 suns. They were fixed high up in the sky, and the boundless pure yang energy was pouring down, causing the entire world to tremble. At this time, the people from the other ancient desolate forces that were blocked by the sky ceiling formation immediately rushed over. Under the 6 balls of divine light, endless black evil energy surged. One could see a pitch-black cave on the ground. A sky-piercing evil power burst out from the cave, within which 3 faint silhouettes emerged soundlessly. A beautiful woman descended from the sky and revealed a surprised expression. Then, a cold, murderous aura emitted from the woman's body. The woman in white opened her mouth and spat out a divine light as bright as a star. It smashed towards Gu Fei. It was as if a huge star fell from the sky. The vast force directly shook the earth, causing it to crack. Where did this little girl come from? You're courting death. Tian couldn't help but be furious. His soul power suddenly erupted. A faint and illusory figure rushed out from his head and faced the falling big star. Boom! The illusory figure punched out with a punch. Boundless soul energy burst forth from his fist as a resplendent soul god light lit up the entire world. Bang! The endless soul power collided with the big star and issued a dull sound. The big star was blown away by the illusory figure that rushed out from He Tian's body. The illusory figure also disappeared into the void. Chapter 811. How dare you attack our Zhao clan's honored guest? Don't tell me that you want to become enemies with my Zhao clan? Two young men with extraordinary bearing came together with Beitang Yu. Bubble and one of the young men shouted, Zhao clan? Primordial Zhao clan? Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He didn't expect to run into people from the Zhao clan again. You dare to look at my Zhao clan? The other young man saw Gu Fei's disdainful expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows while his eyes flickered. At this time, He Tian and Beitang Yu collided head-on. The big star that Beitang Yu spat out was sent flying high into the sky by He Tian. The power of the stars surged violently. That big star seemed to be a real star of the ninth heaven, giving people an incomparably strong sense of oppression. Hee. So what if I want to see you? Even Zhao Wuji was defeated by my big brother. What do you think you are? Yes, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, leave your life behind. I haven't fought in a long time. My hands are a bit itchy. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Instead, He Tian, Little Qing, and Balan came forward. Their powerful auras spread throughout the valley, causing the nearby wild beasts to retreat. What? This? How is this possible? The two young men were shocked when they heard this. They couldn't believe that Zhao Wuji was able to defeat Zhao Wuji. One must know that Zhao Wuji was the most outstanding descendant of the Zhao clan. The elders of the Zhao clan had already regarded him as the best candidate to become the next Zhao clan patriarch. Gu Fei, I didn't expect to meet you here. I don't know if you're unlucky or if I'm lucky. The big star above Beitang Yu's head descended from the sky. Boundless stellar energy, vast and mighty. It was as though a real star had descended from the nine heavens, suppressing the world in all directions. Rumble. The entire mountain valley shook. Beitang Yu was in control of such a treasure. It really surprised Gu Fei. The big star, floating above Beitang Yu's head, was unexpectedly able to release such an astonishing star power fluctuation. Perhaps it really was a secret treasure refined from a star. Catching the stars and grabbing the moon. This was the means of a supreme expert. Perhaps the supreme celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor or Shen King could also do it. But without a doubt, Beitang Yu had a supreme treasure. Humph. I should be the one saying this. Gu Fei sneered. 300 years had passed, but this Beitang Yu was still the same. She had not changed at all. However, this Beitang Yu had also cultivated to the immortal god realm. Furthermore, she was in control of a treasure. Thus, she was truly qualified to be arrogant. Unfortunately, she met me. Gu Fei thought. The grudge between him and the Beitang family had reached a point where only one side was annihilated. Could it be resolved? It would be best if Beitang Ao was still alive. Dongfang Chun was dead, and the Dongfang family would absolutely not let this matter rest. However, the Eastern Region Devil Cave's unusual movements had temporarily prevented the Dongfang family from dealing with Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not mind becoming enemies with two great cultivation families at the same time. Courting death. Beitang Yu let out a loud shout and directly urged the big star above her head. A sonorous sound suddenly resounded, and a terrifying power of the stars burst out from the big star with a loud bang. The big star shook again and again, drawing the power of the world in all directions. Above the sky, countless stars appeared. In the depths of the endless sky, a starry sky emerged. This was the starry sky of the untainted world. The big star above Beitang Yu's head not only drew the power of the world, but it also seemed to communicate with the starry sky of this untainted world, wanting to borrow the power of the stars of this world. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of starlight condensed into swords of stars, and with sonorous sounds, they pierced through the void, splitting the world, and slashed towards Gu Fei, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan below. The endless star power condensed into swords of stars, incomparably resplendent. Each sword light was thousands of zhang long, and the vast amount of starlight that could destroy everything, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they attacked Gu Fei and the others. The void was pierced by the unparalleled sword light, and the void was riddled with holes. The two young men of the Zhao family had already retreated far away. These two fellows seemed to be Beitang Yu's pursuers. They did not leave, but stood in the distant sky, watching this scene nervously. Playing with swords with me? A disdainful look appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then, a powerful force erupted from his body. At the same time, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan soared into the sky, rushing towards the two young men of the Zhao family. Reverse refining yin-yang into the 5 elements. 5 elements swords appear. Gu Fei shouted, and a 5-colored divine light rushed out of his body. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly, as if countless divine weapons were vibrating inside his body. Swish, 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 swish. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, was mobilized, turning into a 5-colored divine sword that soared into the sky to meet the countless swords of stars descending from the sky. The 5 elements' divine swords and the swords of stars formed a sea of swords that instantly collided with each other. Countless sword lights shattered, and sword chi soared into the sky. The entire valley was turned into ruins, trees were crushed, rocks were cut, and even cliffs were cut into countless pieces. Little Qing and the others had no choice but to retreat to the distance. Beitang Yu, give me your life. Gu Fei let out a furious roar and soared into the sky, charging towards Beitang Yu. Boundless blood and qi gushed out from his body, and boundless divine power surged within his body. The formidable, immortal divine martial body contained a vast amount of blood and qi, and his divine power was inexhaustible. The current Gu Fei was simply like the reincarnation of the sacred battle emperor. The vast power emanating from his body directly shook the world. Wherever he passed, countless starlight swords crumbled. Countless 5 elements divine swords danced around him, cutting everything in their path as they rushed towards Beitang Yu. Beitang Yu's expression changed when she saw this. She realized that she had made a grave mistake. Her opponent was a martial immortal that had not appeared in millions of years. His battle prowess could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Thinking of this, Beitang Yu had the intention to retreat. Even if she had a supreme treasure, she was not sure that she could defeat Gu Fei. Beitang Yu still did not know that Dongfang Chun had been killed by Gu Fei. If she knew, she would have turned around and fled as soon as she saw Gu Fei. Rumble. The big star above Beitang Yu's head descended and directly suppressed Gu Fei. The power of the stars surged violently, and the starlight shone brightly. Chapter 8:12. Rumble. The star descended, suppressing heaven and earth. The entire void trembled as if it was about to collapse. The resplendent big star became the only thing between heaven and earth. Swish, 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 swish. The 5 elements' magical swords soared into the sky, piercing through the big star that was descending from the sky. The power of the 5 elements was overwhelming, and the divine sword pierced through the air with extreme sharpness. The clanging sound resounded throughout heaven and earth, like the sound of thousands of divine weapons, causing people's hearts to palpitate. This was the power of martial arts, and even heaven and earth seemed to lose their brilliance. Gu Fei raised the power of the divine sword, condensed from the power of the 5 elements to the limit. Thousands of 5-colored sword lights slashed through the void, destroying everything. However, the big star that descended from the sky was worthy of being called a supreme treasure. It possessed great power, as if it could crush heaven and earth. Moreover, under Beitang Yu's full power, the big star actually triggered the ancient starry sky above the sky. Specks of starlight sprinkled down from the ancient starry sky above the sky, then merged with the big star in the sky, causing it to shine with boundless radiance. The bright starlight made everyone unable to open their eyes, and the power of the stars fluctuated with unprecedented intensity. The 5-colored sword lights collapsed under the starlight of the big star, and the power of the 5 elements was suppressed by the power of the stars. This, little Qing and the others originally wanted to teach the two fellows of the Zhao family a lesson. But when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but stop. The vast star power radiating from the great star caused their hearts to palpitate. Big brother, little Qing couldn't help but feel nervous. The big star that descended from the sky was very frightening, and it attracted the power of the ancient starry sky, which could obliterate everything. Under the starlight, Gu Fei was like a sacred battle emperor, walking in the void, and with each step, the whole world shook. Endless pressure came down from the sky, and the power of the stars suppressed the world, but it couldn't stop Gu Fei's pace. He was still walking towards Beitangyu. Bang! Gu Fei waved his fist and punched at the huge star that was descending from the sky. There was no ripple of magic power, no strange phenomenon of supernatural powers, only the purest power between heaven and earth. He struck out with the power of the origin of martial arts. This kind of power directly shattered a part of the void, shaking the great star that was suppressing down. The blood energy in Gu Fei's body surged to the skies, as though there were blood dragons circling the skies. However, although she couldn't suppress Gu Fei to death, Gu Fei wanting to kill her was like a dream. She was very confident in this semi-sage tool. Is that so? Gu Fei sneered. This level of power was indeed difficult to kill Beitangyu, but he still had a trump card. Ascend to the heavens. Gu Fei shouted. The godly power inside his body immediately followed a mysterious path, and then a powerful aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate spread out from his body. Boss is ruthless. He Tian saw this and knew that Gu Fei was finally going to use that secret technique. That little girl is dead for sure, little Qing said. The Ascension secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, could instantly increase Gu Fei's strength by 5 or even 6 times. Even a profound transformation realm immortal king would be affected by it. Gu Fei roared. His battle prowess increased 5-fold, and the endless godly power hidden in his body was activated by the Ascension secret technique. He still punched upward. The violent power directly pierced through the world, and his entire right fist bloomed with endless divine light, enough to compete with the great star in the sky. High up in the sky, 2 stars seemed to appear, and the 2 stars quickly collided together. At that moment, the world suddenly became deathly silent. Everyone could not hear any sound. The world was silent. Then, a weak sound rang out, gradually becoming louder and louder. In the end, it became a world-shaking noise. The mountains really were collapsing. Rumble. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. When the 2 stars collided, the sky shattered, the earth cracked, and the destructive power spread out in all directions. Mountains crumbled, and dust rose high into the sky. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles turned into a desert. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan immediately rushed into the sky to avoid the terrible energy storm. As for the 2 fellows from the Zhao family, they were stunned and sent flying by the energy storm. Bang! With a muffled sound, the great star in the sky dimmed, and Gu Fei sent it flying. Beitangyu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and flew thousands of meters away. Killing you is actually that simple. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly caught up with Beitangyu, then stomped down. Bang! Beitangyu's body was immediately torn apart, and she didn't even have time to scream before her body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 8:13. Using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art, Gu Fei's battle prowess instantly increased by 5 times. His every move shook the entire world. Bubble. At this moment, even a mysterious transformation immortal king would have a headache facing Gu Fei. Even if Beitangyu had a supreme treasure left behind by an almighty, she wasn't a match for Gu Fei. If Beitangyu could fully unleash the power of an almighty treasure, she might be able to turn defeat into victory and reverse the situation. One had to know that treasures refined by an almighty were called quasi-sage treasures. If they were to unleash their full power, they could absolutely unleash a terrifying power equivalent to an all-out attack from an almighty. Unfortunately, Beitangyu didn't have the ability to fully unleash the power of an almighty treasure. One had to admit that Beitangyu was a peerless fairy, but Gu Fei didn't show any mercy and mercilessly killed her. The fairy fell, and her body collapsed. Her immortal spirit's blood rained down from the sky. Each drop emitted a deep crimson light. This was no longer mortal blood. Only a mortal body could be reborn to become an immortal spirit. This was a pure body. Each drop of blood, each strand of hair contained immortal energy. An immortal spirit's hair could slay a peak man-rank powerhouse. The two weren't even on the same level. You guys. The two young cultivators of the Zhao clan were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Fei kill Beitangyu in such a ruthless manner. That was a rarely seen fairy in the world, but she actually died. The two Heaven Realm cultivators of the Zhao family found it hard to accept what they saw. They were Beitangyu's followers. Seeing the fairy fall in front of their eyes, they couldn't help but feel complicated emotions. Swish. After killing Beitangyu, Gu Fei walked towards the two Zhao clan cultivators step by step. He didn't want to let these two go. He wanted to kill them all. Hee. Boss, this treasure belongs to me now. Erebus soared into the sky and rushed towards the big star that was bobbing up and down in the sky, its light dimming. Bam! A huge yin-yang hand appeared high up in the sky. The yin-yang energy was vast, and it formed a yin-yang diagram at the center of the palm. It gave off the power of the heavens and earth, and it sucked in the great star, trying to take it away. After Beitangyu fell, that great star was still floating high in the sky and did not fall. It was extremely miraculous. It was a spirit-connected ancient treasure. Just as He Tian was putting away the almighty treasure, the two members of the Zhao family finally recovered from the shock. What do you want? Seeing Gu Fei approach step by step, his killing intent surging like a god of slaughter from ancient times, the two people from the Zhao clan couldn't help trembling in fear. What else can I do? Of course, I'm going to send you to reunite with your sweethearts. Gu Fei's eyes flashed, and he said expressionlessly. When the two people from the Zhao family saw that little Qing, Balan, and Gu Fei had surrounded them, their faces paled. The aura exuded by Gu Fei was too powerful, and it caused the entire world to tremble. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. How dare you? We're from the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity, one of the young men shouted. It should be known that the powers of the desolate antiquity were the true masters of the world. Whether it was in the past or now, the Zhao family, as one of the four great clans of the desolate antiquity, had the strength to rule over a region. No one dared to look down on the Zhao family, but Gu Fei was an exception. He had already formed enmity with the Dongfang family and the Beitang family, so he didn't care about the addition of the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. Gu Fei sneered. He didn't say anything, but the disdain on his face made it clear that he didn't care about the two people in front of him at all. He didn't even care about the Zhao family behind them. Don't act rashly. Let's talk this out. At this time, the two young men from the Zhao family panicked. The god of slaughter in front of them really dared to do anything. He even dared to kill a beautiful fairy like Beitangyu. Thinking of this, the two young men from the Zhao family couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly pressed his palm forward. The powerful force immediately collapsed the void, and a pitch-black palm-shaped spatial crack appeared in the void. The pitch-black palm was completely formed from the collapsed void. It pressed forward, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed. The power of destruction was overwhelming. Roar! The two young men from the Zhao family roared. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a bronze bell. The sound of the bell resounded throughout the world, and the void really cracked. Visible ripples spread out in all directions with the bronze bell as the center, shattering everything. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. A dragon shadow rushed out of the other young man's body. It was a dragon saber, and its murderous aura soared to the sky. It looked like an evil dragon as it slashed towards Gu Fei. Little Qing and Balan didn't make a move. They just wanted to prevent the two unlucky guys from the Zhao family from escaping. Clang! The pitch-black handprint landed on the bronze bell, and the bronze bell immediately caved in. Dense cracks spread from the handprint. The Zhao family's expert suffered a great impact, and he vomited blood as he retreated. Gu Fei took a step forward and punched again. Boom! The void suddenly trembled, emitting an extremely shocking sound like the beating of a heavenly drum. The fist directly blasted the dragon-shaped broadsword that was slashing down, causing the dragon-shaped broadsword to shatter in the void. Countless fragments flew back. Clang! The bell rang, and a visible ripple spread out. All the fragments of the dragon-shaped saber that flew back fell from the sky. The bronze bell was already on the verge of collapsing, but it was still able to unleash such a powerful might, which surprised Gu Fei. However, the two young men from the Zhao family were even more shocked. That was a divine treasure refined by Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm. How could it be possible that Gu Fei could shatter it with one punch? How could his body be so strong? It was unheard of to see a divine treasure refined by Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm. The two young men from the Zhao family were shocked and could not calm down. Their opponent was too terrifying. You can go to hell. Gu Fei's cold voice sounded. He soared into the sky and directly used the 8-kill steps. The whole void trembled under his feet. When his foot fell, the world seemed to collapse, and endless power surged under his feet. Clang! With a loud sound, the bronze bell was shattered by Gu Fei's foot. The endless power of destruction, wrapped in countless fragments of the bell, swept down from the sky and swallowed the two young men from the Zhao family. Bang! Bang! Chapter 8:14. Roar! Just as Gu Fei killed the two unlucky fellows of the Zhao family, a furious roar came from the direction of the heavenly gate, and a powerful aura surged over in an earth-shattering manner. Let's go! Gu Fei's expression immediately changed. He tossed out a white formation platform and rushed up. There was a terrifying figure rushing over at high speed. The fight here had alarmed quite a number of people, but no one had stepped forward to intervene. It was all because the heavenly gate had appeared, and everyone had rushed to the heavenly gate. However, when Gu Fei killed the two guys from the Zhao family, it had alarmed a terrifying figure, who had no choice but to come and check it out. At this time, He Tian had just collected the big star in the sky. No one competed with him, so the process was relatively smooth. Swish! 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 Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan also rushed up to the white formation platform. Then, Gu Fei activated the formation platform, and countless formation patterns appeared on it, distorting the void. The next moment, Gu Fei and the others disappeared into the void. Just as Gu Fei and the others crossed the void, a figure rushed over from the direction of the heavenly gate, and a powerful aura spread between heaven and earth. It was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. This middle-aged man was furious. He stood high in the sky, glancing in all directions, and his powerful aura made heaven and earth tremble. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles had been destroyed by the battle between Gu Fei and Beitangyu. It had turned into a desert, and nothing was left. However, when the middle-aged man found the copper bell and the fragments of the dragon's saber on the ground, the blue veins on his forehead throbbed. Roar! He roared again and again, and his terrible roar shook the whole world. Who dares to kill the children of the Zhao family? The middle-aged man's voice resounded through the sky and earth, and even the practitioners who passed by hundreds of miles away looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. However, no one dared to go over to see what was going on. The pressure emitted by the middle-aged man was too strong. This was a celestial being, and no one wanted to provoke an enraged celestial being. That was simply courting death, and no one wanted to court death. Swoosh! The middle-aged man didn't stay for long. He turned around and left. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the direction of Heaven's Gate. The great earth was shaking, and the heavens were trembling. There was a powerful being taking action, trying to open up the heavenly gate. Everyone's attention was attracted by the heaven gate. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky from all directions, heading towards the heaven gate. At this moment, no one cared about anything else. Everything else had to be put aside for the time being. Opening the door to the heaven realm was the top priority for all the ancient, desolate powers. The mortals and mortals were separated forever. The powers of the ancient, desolate era had been trapped in this world for countless years. All these years, all the powers of the ancient, desolate era had been searching for a path to the heavens. The ancient, desolate world, which opened once every 10,000 years, was their hope. This was also the reason why the powers of the ancient, desolate era would only return to the earth once every 10,000 years. Then, they would gather all the cultivation forces on the earth and enter the ancient, desolate world to search for the legendary destiny. No one knew if the ancient stone gate would really allow them to enter the heaven realm after opening it. However, it was still a hope after all. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the entire ancient, desolate world shook. It was as if an ancient giant was shaking this part of the world. Everything in the world was trembling. This was the power of a powerful being. It could shake an ancient world and shatter a part of the world. It was the most powerful existence in the world besides the extreme experts. Swoosh! 1,000 miles away, the void suddenly distorted, and a white formation platform rushed out of the distorted void. There were 4 figures standing on the platform. What's going on? Gu Fei was very surprised. This white formation platform was personally refined by He Tian. It could cross the void for 10,000 miles. However, Gu Fei could still feel the aura of a powerful being. It was really surprising that it only crossed 1,000 miles. The primeval heaven and earth have primeval laws, Erebus said. Gu Fei also found that this ancient desolate world was very stable. It was even more stable than the Hell Tao that was refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Even a powerful being could only shake it, but it was difficult to destroy this ancient world. It was really hard to imagine how such a world had collapsed in the past. Could it be that the extreme experts were so powerful that they could destroy the ancient desolate world? Boss, what should we do next? He Tian asked. He found that after crossing the void, they had arrived in the sky above a wild ancient forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines coiled around. There were also wild beasts walking in the forest. Everyone has been attracted by the heavenly gate, so we can go explore, Gu Fei said. He had obtained a map of the ancient, desolate world from the 2 unlucky fellows of the Zhao family. Gu Fei killed the 2, but he did not forget to take what he needed from them. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balon had also obtained maps of the ancient, desolate world from other people. Of course, the places recorded on these maps were only a small part of the ancient, desolate world. The ancient, desolate world was too vast. For millions of years, all the powers of the ancient, desolate world had explored less than 1/10 of the area. Moreover, in the ancient, desolate world, some ancient ruins hid great dangers. Even if immortals entered, they would die. It was regarded as a dangerous place, and people rarely went there. There were some places that even the powerful beings were unwilling to set foot in. Explore? I like it. Haha. He Tian said excitedly. In this ancient world, there were many ancient ruins. Perhaps there might be some unimaginable gains. Therefore, Gu Fei and the others began to move. It had to be said that He Tian was really amazing. In addition to his amazing attainments and formations, he actually knew how to find dragons, observe mountains, rivers, and seas, and search for dragon veins. Finally, they arrived at the place recorded on the map where the phoenix died and the dragon died. It's really the place where the phoenix died and the dragon died. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked and amazed. On the ground, there was a mountain range that stretched into the depths of this world. One could not see the end of it at a glance. It was like a huge dragon lying on the ground, but there were several large valleys that cut the dragon into several pieces. Beside the mountain ridge, there was a scarlet valley, where there was an endless amount of heat emitting from the valley. Blood mist lingered around, as though it was a blood mist that could not be dispelled. Looking down from the sky, the valley looked like a divine phoenix that had fallen to the ground. The phoenix fell to the ground, and the dragon's body was broken. This was indeed a place where the phoenix died and the dragon died. Such a terrain was definitely a dangerous place.